Hello, good evening. Welcome to some Oxygen Not Included. Today I'm going to be doing something a little bit different. Yesterday, we got an announcement from Play that there is going to be a new quality of life update coming out in about 3 weeks, they said. And they have put the full update on the test branch, which you can access now if you want to. All you got to do is just switch over to beta and the beta client in Steam. And you should get on the development build, as you can maybe kind of see down here in the lower right corner. It says development build. So we should be able to start seeing all the new content in play here. And yeah, I'm really curious about this. They made note of a few things, actually a good number of things that look really, really interesting here. And, you know, part of why I want to be checking this out here is, what was it? It's like in the last week or so, I started a new playthrough myself here. Welcome in, Corbs. Your favorite high school team did on Halloween, fixes the outhouses, right? I don't know. We'll find out here. How do I think it did? I am going to guess... You know, I'm going to take the optimistic guess here. I'm going to say that they won. Tell me how that... Tell me if that's right or not. But yeah, anyway, continuing the explanation here, I did start a playthrough here not too long ago, and it does sort of feel like there's enough in the quality of life updates that make me want to start a new playthrough. Specifically, I'm looking at the new story traits that looks pretty interesting there, and if I continue with my old save, port that over to the quality of life update, I'm not going to be able to get that, so that's one thing I want to check out, see if that's worthwhile. You know, I also want to see various other things, play around with them, see how they work out here. So yeah, that's the plan of what I'm going to be doing here today. Ooh, that's a bummer. That's a bummer. Sorry to hear that. Yeah, I don't know what else to say there. Anyway, so we're going to be testing this out here. I'm not going to be playing on... I'm going to start with, not the game that I've been playing here, the Frosty Planet playthrough, but I am going to be loading up, what is it, Ill Ant Farm here, which is my last playthrough. The one that was the first spaced out run. And the reason I'm picking this here is, all the tech was complete for this one. All the, we got everything unlocked except for everything that's going to be new in the game. So I should be able to jump in and be able to start playing around with a lot of the new toys that are ported over initially here. But also because, you know, this is something that's been, what is it? What does it say here? Where does it say how many cycles? Oh, there it is, 1600 cycles. This is a very well-developed game here. One of the things that they noted in the patch notes is that there's various, hopefully performance improvements. So I'm going to load this one up and kind of get a feel of how these performance improvements work here. I'm not going to be able to get into everything in the patch notes in this particular playthrough here because I don't have any of the packs enabled. But you know, I want to get into this, try a lot of things here, and you know, so see what we can here, and then just kind of in the background, see what the performance improvements feel like here. Yeah, able to produce glass too. Yeah, now that too looks interesting there. The new Phlox morphs. I think I will at some point in the stream here also start a new sandbox colony with all the packs that I currently have enabled. It's not going to include the prehistoric planet pack, unfortunately, but with those enabled, so that I can try and get a sense of like how we get these new morphs, if at all possible, and what you know, how well they work out here. But yeah, I do think the idea of Phloxes that they're able to produce glass, that could be a pretty big deal there, because in this particular playthrough here, the old Space Out run, I did accidentally run out of sand at one point, which my recollection of it was that I had set my glass forge to work forever, and I also had a sort of infinite clay factory going on using deodorizers to collect a lot of or you know, process a lot of polluted oxygen off gassing from polluted water and making a lot of clay that way. But I think it was the glass forge that caused me all kinds of problems there with the sands. So if I can avoid that, you know, kind of like how glossy Drecos can be used to produce plastic pretty much ad nauseum there. That does seem like a really interesting way to go about things. So yeah, here I am back in our old world here. Didn't think I'd be coming back here. And so yeah, one thing about this, I am going to have to probably get another duplicant coming in here, because I did send one of my dupes off for the Great Escape here, so he's gone, lost and gone forever. It was a researcher, and he was a really good pilot too. So yeah, I might want to take another dupe to replace him. But yeah, let's go ahead and unpause this here. And yeah, at least so far, I mean, yeah, not performing all that well, but I think I'm also just kind of used to how things were in the in my new game right now, where yeah, things are so much smoother. Yeah, oh well. Anyway, first thing I want to do is go into the research tab here and see if any of the new things are in research specifically, and there's one right there. Missiles, which includes the Blast Shot Maker and Meteor Blaster. And that really looks like it. Just kind of from a quick scan of the tree here, which I think I'm fine with, because I mean, so let's go back here. I do in this playthrough, I did set up a Meteor Blaster up here, Blast Shot Maker down here. As long as this is still working, then I think I don't necessarily need to. I don't think I need to do the do that research there. I think we can just leave that be. So yeah, and I was actually kind of curious here, because I had my speed set to 2x there as opposed to 1x like I normally do. I don't know why that happened, but whatever. So let's see here. First thing that I think I want to try and figure out here is, or at least look at here, is Great Hall stuff, or in this case, the Banquet Hall. So right now, Let's verify these. Yeah, these are great halls. Previously the best dining area in the game. What these took is a recreation building and some fancy decor, which let's see here. Now it says a decor building, not necessarily a fancy decor. And I'm also noticing the effects now is morale +4 as opposed to +6. A little bit of a bummer there. But the banquet hall, okay, so that gets you up to +6 instead. So, okay, so this is a little bit of a bummer here because I was kind of going into this expecting the banquet hall would be giving more morale than the Great Hall, but now it looks like they've just shifted the Great Hall back into like a more mid-tier option instead. And now the Banquet Hall is taking the place of the old Great Hall here. So what we need for this, compared to a Great Hall... Hey Vlad, how you doing today? Yeah, this is going to be a pretty casual stream here. This is just like checking out a lot of the new content here. I'm not really trying to accomplish anything specific here, but just looking at the cool new things we're going to be getting here. Yeah, so it's only +6, unfortunately. I was expecting more. I was expecting we'd still have the Great Hall at +6, and, I don't know, the Banquet Hall will be +8 or something. Yeah, let's see. So the Great Hall, 32 minimum tiles, 120 is the maximum. Same thing here. And what you need here is the communal table, which we'll check this out in a bit. A decor building, which we got here. Decor building 1. Recreation building, display ornament, and no mess table. So we can't have these mess tables. And we will need a displayed ornament, which we can do with the pedestal. Where are you? Yeah, the pedestal right down here. Or one of the new buildings here is this display shelf, which looks like it can be made from wood. And this looks interesting here. Oh, okay, so it's just, okay, the display shelf is just 1 tile wide, so we could say put it right here, thereabouts. And it takes wood. I'm assuming that, that reminds me, one other thing I need to be taking a look at, the plywood option here. So yeah, going back into this, wood now has a plus 50% decor, which is nice. Glass from the foxes, don't know. Well, Corbs was commenting on that a little bit before, saying this looks really interesting too. I don't know, I think I'm kind of looking at this as kind of like glossy Dracos in the sense that if I can get a farm, a ranch like that up and running quickly, I don't want to say quickly enough, but sufficiently enough, then you know, I don't have to worry about producing in this case glass from these previous things that I've had to before, like you know, with the glossy Dracos in plastic. You know, once in this particular playthrough, I got glossy Draco ranch set up. Yeah, sorry, I was just looking at that. It looked like there wasn't any mealwood growing there, but there is. Like, did I break this here? But yeah, I got this set up before I actually went over to the petroleum planet, or the oil planet, and started processing oil over there. It's like, you know, if I can just get this going here, it's going to pay me dividends. I just want to get this here. So, you know, if I could do something like that with the Floxes as well, I think it'd be a nice thing there, and basically just, like, never have to worry about glass ever again. I don't know, just me. Anyway, so I think we're going to try and turn this, this dining hall into a great hall. So, I should probably, instead of this, buildings, deconstruct these, and then we also should have the technology to do, not food, it should be in furniture. Is it furniture? Yes, here it is. Okay, so communal tables. These also take wood. And these are... Uh, looks like 5 tiles wide. Yeah, they're 5 tiles wide. And I think they could seat up to 3. Yeah, 5 tiles it looks like. And so one thing about these, not just these, but also mess tables here. They should no longer be assigned to any duplicates. These ones currently are. I guess that's kind of something that's grandfathered in. That if you're going to be loading an old save, maybe look at that and remove the assignment for everyone. But I think this is important here because the communal tables are going to be really good here because if a duplicant dines with another duplicant at the same time, then they're going to get +1 morale bonus there. So that could be one thing that's a nice bonus for duplicants, or like for these banquet halls here. Getting a little bit of additional morale that way. At least in this particular setup here, yeah, I can set up 3 communal tables. Then, we'll do this bit of deconstruction down here as well. Actually, let's not do that first. Let's wait for these communal tables to be built. Also saw something, yeah, so okay, so delivered 400 woods, built communal table. The little text right there looks a little different. Cool, I like that. It's a little more subtle. I think the icon wasn't there before either, so that's gonna be a little bit different, but yeah, I like that. So yeah, gets 3 duplicates a place to eat. Sharing a meal with 1 or more companions provides a morale boost. And yeah, this one right here, we don't even get the option to assign the communal tables to anybody. Just because 3 or 4 dupes in 1 shift, yeah. Then I think I do agree with that. And I think one other thing about this, yeah, now they're getting communal dining right there. I think one thing about this is it should also help, besides this and then the mess table setup here, where they're no longer assigned. It should help make the dining room smaller there, because like right now I'm making this 3 communal tables here just because that's what the room will fit. I don't think that's really necessary anymore. I think you could probably just get away with however many dupes are going to be on break at any particular time. So like in your case, for example, 3 or 4 in 1 shift there. You can say 1 or 2 communal tables. And yeah, then you're good there. So that's just 10 wide right there at the most. And then, add in another 1 for a party line phone, which is probably going to be the minimum amount that you need for the recreation there. I don't know why I blinked on that word. And then there you go. That's about as big as you really need to have a dining hall, and that's going to be 44 tiles right there. But 32 again is the minimum. So what you could do for that is 1 communal table, 2 party line phones. Yeah, there you go. Maximum size of the new banquet hall, it's 120. It's the same thing as the old great halls. Oh yes, and I forgot the display shelf over here. So one thing, I mean, we're gonna throw something like that there, to throw that on there. But what we need for this here is a displayed ornament. And what I'm curious about is, yeah, there we go, category displayed ornament. Can we check this here? Okay, so we got a list of displayed ornaments here. Model plane, ceramic, more rusty toolbox. Ooh. Hold on, we might not have selected the right thing here. Useless machine. No, it counts. It counts. Category displayed ornaments. The errands, are you talking about the errands for the delivering of this, or something else? This is a store errand. Set that to 9 to try and get that over there. Also, one other thing that I'm discovering here that I was also kind of curious about, but I wasn't really thinking about, how much table salt can go in here, and 15 grams it looks like. Oh, look at that, it looks like Contents now has a new look here. You got the table salt right here, you've got the amount over here, and you got the temperature. Like, I know I've got ice stored in here. Yeah, so it's doing something similar. Okay, okay. And then something that should be mixed. Like, this bin probably should have... Never mind, that doesn't have mixed content. Maybe, down here. Yeah, some of these random storage bins here. Okay. Okay, I can't remember how these were listed before, but I think I like this better. Yeah, because I think it was previously in, like, name of material, and just, like, all on one line there without any, like, tabling or tabbing or anything like that. I think. I can't remember for sure. But yeah, putting this in a table, that looks a little better there, I think. Anyway, so if you wanted to, again, like, I wanted to think about this here. If I wanted to make, this room here... Actually, okay, so we can take a look here and make sure that, this is... No, this is a miscellaneous room here. Banquet hall, conflicting buildings, messing... Remove conflicting buildings. What is it that's... Okay, so hold up a second here. Communal table, no industrial machine, recreation building, displayed ornaments, no mess table. I'm wondering if this is a bug here, because it's saying possible options here. Banquet hall, great hall, mess hall. Mess hall is out because that's got a maximum size to it, 64 tiles. And recreation room. Communal table, dining table. Yeah, I'm confused here as to why this is saying this isn't a banquet hall. There's conflicting buildings, but what is conflicting here? Does the display shelf count as a decor building? Yeah. Okay, let's try something else here. Let's try getting rid of, these paintings. Because, you know, 2 party line phones, that's our recreation, which we need. We really only need one of those, though. We've got 3 communal tables, which is, I guess, more than we need, but... Yeah, I don't know. And then the display shelf right here is decor, and it has a, and it has an ornament on it. Really weird why this is saying, you know, this category, we don't have the displayed or the ornaments listed here. Okay, so all that's gone. Still not a miscellaneous, or still a miscellaneous room. Where someone reported that communal table is a mess table, but a mess table is not allowed for a banquet hall. Okay, okay, so this is a known bug. Okay, so yeah, okay. We'll leave it at that then, because yeah, otherwise I was thinking I have no idea what could be causing this here. And you know, it's a thing that happens where there's going to be yeah, where sometimes, you know, it's like problem exists between keyboard or chair and keyboard here, where it's like, okay, I'm missing something obvious here, but in this case, it looks like I'm not. So I'm assuming I'm not. I'm assuming, yeah, this is a bug here. So yeah, I guess banquet halls are bugged for now. Instead, we're stuck with great halls and that -2 morale bonus there. Bummer. Okay, anyway, I'm building a few more banquet tables right here because I did remember, at least for this particular colony, I've got sleeping dupes over here for my for the somnium synthesizer, and I want them, you know, like they're all on the same schedule right there. So, you know, 8 duplicants. They're going to need plenty of room to do their eating over there as well. So I just want to get that back to play here. Also, this plug slug. I want to move you. No, not there. I'm gonna say go in here. Yeah. Reason for that is I have some loose metal laying around there, and I just don't want that eating it and causing problems there. Okay, so yeah, that's the big new thing that I think looks like something I can check out here. A few other things we can check out here. I now know laboratories don't need these lights anymore, so we could just get rid of those. Those are good. Oh, yeah, okay. That's right, I was thinking, like, I'm pretty sure I was targeting volcanoes with these, and yeah, I am. But, yeah, I'm gonna be going back and forth between this and the, patch notes here. Banquet hall, room type, yeah, we checked that out. Requires an ornament to be displayed, requires communal table. New buildings, insulated door. Insulated door, let's check that out. The insulated door, right down here. This is made out of minerals, or isosap, graphite, fossil, so, and it also requires fiber, so in this case, reed fiber is the only one that I've got. So I think ideally we'd be looking at, in this case, igneous rock or ceramic. We got lots of igneous rock. I think I'm gonna try ceramic here for some of these here, and I'm gonna, in this case, replace some of these pneumatic doors here to the outside of my base with these insulated doors. See how they work. Yeah, these look like a really nice new addition here, with the one caveat here being that when they're open, you don't get the insulation anymore. But I think that's something you could probably work around somehow or another, or figure out a way to do that. Insulated doors. I'm going to go ceramic. Place that there. Take a look at how this is. Also, I want to be, since this is a cycle rolling over here, I want to be kind of mindful of how long the autosave is taking here, because one of the things here is I want to be taking a look at performance improvements, and I don't know. It's been a little while since I played on this save, but that right there felt like it was pretty fast. I think that was I'll take that. Take that. Comparatively fast to how it was before, I think. I don't know. Yeah, 800 kilograms of minerals, 2 reed fiber, or I assume, what was it saying here? Fibers. I think there are some fibers in in the packs as well. At least right now in the database, it's just saying reed fiber for now. But I don't know. I haven't fully explored Frosty Planet or Prehistoric Planet, so if you know that you can use something in there in lieu of reed fiber, just assume that there. I can't tell you for sure right now. Alright, so first one's about to be constructed here. And as we're doing this, I also want to be taking a look at access permissions here. Interesting here. Because what I'm wanting to do here is set access properly for all my sleeping dupes. I think these are all... Yeah, there we go. The ones that don't have hats. Oh, that one's still not constructed yet. We'll wait on that. Okay, so, one thing I'm kind of curious about. Okay, so the arts of this, the doors themselves look like, insulated tiles themselves, just with a door opening there. And they are pretty slow to open. And close. I'm assuming, yeah, not powered. And they don't have any automation to them. And then next thing here, yeah, so they do block gas. Except when open, I assume. And then there it goes, yep. Gas is let through. Temperature there. And then it's like the door started out hot. Must be the ceramic that's sitting in this sauna over here. Anyway, so taking a look at properties of these. Thermal conductivity 0.006, specific capacity 0.84, and I'm assuming that's going to be the same as, yeah, as a ceramic insulated tile. Yeah, basically, these insulated doors here, yeah, they look like insulated tiles that open, essentially. Downside to these is, again, the speed in which these doors open. And they're unpowered and can't be automated. So, in a way they do... I'm a little, I'm a little skeptical as to how often I'm going to be wanting to use these. Like, I guess... I'm going to guess that they're probably going to be better to use than manual airlocks. Although that could be something interesting to test, like have duplicants go through both at the same time, see which one opens faster. But yeah, I guess in instances where you'd be wanting to, where you'd want to be really maintaining temperature a lot more than, I mean, they could be useful there. It could be worth that speed slowdown there for areas with low traffic, probably. Like in this case right here, I'm using this as the as a replacement for the entrance to my base. I don't think this is a good use case for these. But one thing I do think I want to be making note of, and I think we will start throwing notes here, because one thing that I do want to be trying is at some point here create a new sandbox game, and just be trying out some new things. Like, one of the things I do want to be trying out that new story trait in sandbox mode, and I'm just going to be like in sandbox mode really just to find it, activate it as quick as possible, and see what we can do with that. I want to be adding a list of things that I want to be testing here. So let's see, test list. We're gonna be throwing this here. So first thing that I made note of here, and I got to take a look at what this was called again. Printerceptor. Printerceptor is what it's called. And the next one, we're gonna say insulated door versus manual airlock. Keep that there, and obviously that's you be automatically resizing. Fair enough. Anyway, I'm going to leave this right here, turn this off for now, and just pull that open every so often there for things that I want to test here in Sandbox. Actually, I'm going to be Sandbox test list. Something for later on, again. So yeah, these will be things that we'll be trying out a little later on after playing around with things here. Okay, so we're seeing insulated doors here. Then let's see here. Required ornament, communal table. New buildings. Communal table, we saw plywood press. Display shelf, biodiesel, rockets for edges. So we saw the display shelf. We have that over here for our new, our soon-to-be banquet hall, hopefully. Yeah, the other new buildings, biodiesel engine, we'll take a look at that in a second here. But the plywood press, transforms plant husk and resin into plywood. I don't think I have resin, but let's see where this is. I'm going to assume that's in refinement. Yeah, here it is. Plywood press. Takes 480 watts, requires metal ore, so let's use gold amalgam in this case. We'll throw this over here. And it's going to need a little bit of power. Base overheat temperature is 75 degrees. Let's see what other stats we got. Heat it generates is 1.25 kilodtus per second, so I guess I wouldn't be worried too much about overheating with these. But it also depends on just how long it takes to actually do the work for these for this thing here. But so yeah, it takes a plant husk, which we've been seeing some of this coming out of out of some of the harvesting we've been doing here. Plant husk here. Yeah, so one of the things that with the plant husk, what was it? I think they said duplicants that have crop tending skills. We're going to pull this up here. Crop tending. Rivaldo and Alexis. I think the ones that have crop tending skills, when they harvest a plant, then there's a chance that it will drop plant husk, a certain amount of plant husk. I think that's what it said. We got a new printable here. Let me see here. This is interesting here. So I'm pausing for a second because I'm noticing this icon in the upper right corner here. Current output, standard red uniform. Click to toggle between different outputs, outfits. So I guess you can, I guess the idea here is that you can define outfits for them and just get them set here immediately in the printing? I guess so. Okay. Anyway, I'm just gonna get a snazzier blue suit here. I don't really like any of these duplicates for replacing the one that I lost. Ideally, I'm looking at science here, which would, might be Catalina here, but narcoleptic, we don't want any of that. So yeah, we're just gonna get the default here. I don't know. Good evening, Bonds. Not really doing anything super productive here. It's really just kind of taking a look at the beta branch here and seeing what how all the new quality of life stuff looks here. We'll print that here. I've started exploring the banquet halls here, and I've discovered, well, I say I've discovered, but evidently this is a known bug here. They're broken. They're broken. We put down everything we need to get this going here, and it's still thinking that this is could possibly be a great hall or a banquet hall, and it's saying that's conflicting room type. Yeah, I don't know. And we also discovered that banquet halls give the same amount of morale as old great halls now, and just the great halls are now scooched back to give +4 morale instead of +6, so it's ultimately a bit of a nerf, which is a bit of a disappointment, but oh well. And then we also checked out insulated doors over here. I was saying that I think I'm a little skeptical for how these are going to be used here, because they're slow to open and close, they're unpowered, they don't have any automation on them, so yeah, I don't know. It feels like, at least in this particular use case here, where I've put them as my doors for going in and out of colonies, not great, not great. Insulated doors. So yeah, these basically just they're insulated tiles, but they're doors. And yeah, it's like they're going in like that. So here's gas overlay. Oh, this is an update. So I'll point this out here. So this is currently in beta testing right here, but that's the patch notes that's going to be coming for this new update here, and these are the new things we're going to be looking at here. We got these communal tables, the insulated doors. These are some of the new things we're trying out here. And the other thing that I was working to construct here was this plywood press. Plywood is evidently going to be a new wood type, a lower tier wood type, and it requires, in this case, plant husk and resin, and yeah, I think resin I don't have. How do we get this? Patients produced by... Oh, that's one way you can get this. Okay, yeah, because I was thinking resin was something that was only in the prehistoric planet pack, but now you can crack shine bug eggs. And that's going to be a way you can get 5 kilograms of resin. Alright. And then you'll need 10 kilograms... and 90 kilograms of plant husk to make plywood. We don't have an egg cracker, but let's see if we can make some of these, some resin here. Surely I should have shine bug eggs lying around somewhere. Where? Egg cracker, you gotta be... There you are. We'll throw it down in this kitchen here. Probably a great idea for hot environment. Yeah, there's definitely uses there. I think, like, in this case, in this particular use case, I don't really like it. There are almost certainly other use cases for where it's a lot more useful. I just don't like this speed right here, and I have noted this because, I'm looking at the open and close speed here. I do want to, a little later on, pull up a sandbox and start testing some other random stuff as far as this update goes. And one of these things will be door opening speed of the insulated doors versus manual airlock. Maybe the automated airlock as well, if it's unpowered, that is. Just to see how that compares to the speed for those. Anyway, so with the plywood press, I kind of said this a little bit before. Plywood is supposed to be a lower tier version of wood. One of the things they're doing with regular wood this time around, like the wood that comes from arbor trees or shearing phloxes, or I guess harvesting the bonbon trees. although I don't think you'd ever want to do that, is that the wood from this gives it now has a plus 50% decor bonus to it inherent. So I'm assuming that plywood basically just doesn't have that. I think it's probably just going to be regular, like the insulator, slow heating, whatever there. But yeah, we'll crack a few eggs, get some resin, and try this out. There we go. Alright, so it looks like we got 2 that we can crack, so yeah, let's do that. 2... Nope. Alright. Beta branch are in game already. This is in the beta branch. You can update to the beta branch in your Steam settings if you want to. If you do, fair warning, things might break, like rooms here. Hey, Nanashi, how are you doing tonight? Today, this morning for you. Apologies, I was on autopilot talking about that there. So, yeah, playing around with the new QoL, quality of life updates here, and just kind of like taking a look at things, seeing what they look like here. Alright, so we now have some resin here. 10 kilograms of resin, so we should now be able to make one... But nope. Only 5 kilograms of resin. Why does it say 10 kilograms right there? Well, that's strange. Resin, 10 kilograms... Oh, there we go. I don't know why that happened. Okay, so let's make one bit of this plywood here. First thing that happened was the desalinator base was relying on didn't work. The filed bug report that uninstalled it. Yeah, not a big surprise there. I should go to another colony and check that out, where I've got some desalinators running. But I would say that I've discovered a bug too, but evidently it's known on the forums as well. We tried making some banquet halls, or specifically this one banquet hall with a what is it? What do we call this here? The ornament there, and yeah, it's now a miscellaneous room. I don't know what's going on there. I think, I'm guessing what's happening is the game is seeing this as both a banquet hall and a great hall, and saying like, okay, it could be both of those. I don't know which one to pick. These are conflicting here, and they're not. It's not taking the idea that the banquet hall should supersede the great hall. I'm assuming. I don't know, but yeah, broken there. The opposite problem, the desalinator refused to process salt water at all, but processes brine. Can't process as brine? Yeah. Oh, software development, weird bugs, these kinds of things will happen here. So, let's see, I wanted to, yeah, so, this is where I had, no, not here, it was Trigera, that's where it was. This is where I have some desalinators, although I guess... Yeah, that's right. I'm not really using these here because I'm boiling that salt water. Maybe... This is all polluted water, but yeah, we got some of these desalinators eventually doing this thing over here. Let's queue up some work here. See if we can get these desalinators running and see what happens here. And what we got in here is brine. So, I don't know. We'll let this happen here. Play being totally silent, not even saying noted after filing a complaint. I'm actually kind of curious. I'm going to take a look at the forums here. I would assume... My base assumption here would be that they probably got enough in the way of bug reports and feedbacks that it's going to be probably difficult to reply to every single one here, but I don't know. I just want to take a look at the forums here. Is not that. I know that's not what I wanted to look at. This here, there it is. Yeah, I was looking at the forum post, and I know that it had a link to the various forums here. Okay, okay. It's actually not as many bug reports as I was expecting. Okay. They don't really have that much activity. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm seeing here. So, yeah, okay. Plywood, we didn't make the plywood yet. It's saying it's waiting for materials. I still got that one there. No workable order. Oh, I see what's happening here. I think I do. We still got that bottle of resin over there? No. Delivered plant husk. Resin. Okay, there it goes. You need 90 kilograms of plant husk. And the ones we got down here, 12. So it's saying the plant... Okay, so how does plant husk show up? It shows up as units. Yeah, this is one of these things where I feel like, kind of like with reed fiber, I kind of wish that they would start saying, like, everything here is, like, units are now kilograms, or, just standardize on this, because, especially as we get up to the plywood press here, and it's saying this takes in 90 kilograms of plant husk. It just feels like it makes more sense just to standardize this unit of measurements across everything here. Or, short of saying takes 90 kilograms of plant husk, update this here saying 90 units. But I think ultimately, saying kilograms everywhere, I think that would make the most sense. Also, let's set this to a higher priority so we can get this plant husk over here and this plywood made. Building melted. What happens? Oh, that's strange. Okay. But, I think what happened here, is that somewhere along the line, yeah, that's overheating, somebody grabbed some igneous rock from over here. No. I actually don't know how the... Oh, you know what? It might be this volcano here. For... Yeah, I don't know how that happened. Oh, well. I think I'm not that bothered by this. I'll just leave this be here. And besides all this, I don't really care too much about this colony anymore. We can let things go to hell here. If we got rock gas out of everything here. Like, where is... The magma is erupting with 2476 here. That's why. Hello, Orc Shaman Gamer Dad. Welcome in. Thank you for the raid. I now see the problem here. Yeah, so I'm playing around in the beta branch for Oni here, and taking a look at all the new things that are going to be coming in towards the end of the month here. And I am learning right here. This is not a beta thing here. This is just general life advice here. Maybe don't geotune minor volcanoes here, because I'm seeing that the magma that it's erupting with comes out at 2476 degrees, and it transitions into rock gas at 2300 degrees. So, yeah, let's stop doing that. And here I was thinking I'd be able to start generating a lot more magma slash igneous rock there. Yeah. Oh well. We don't want to we don't want to auto repair this there. Geotuning. Well, now this okay. So you you were around when you were telling me about geotuning in general, specifically the saltwater geyser, or was it saltwater geysers there? Yeah, like how that could work there. And I don't remember, like you might have seen that or might have I don't know if I said here, but geotuners I just haven't used before. So this was kind of a case of, like, let's see what else I can do with these. Volcanoes look like a really clear thing to do here because got a lot of abyssal. Let's go with that here. Let's get more magma out of this. And yeah, turns out this is how I learn. Yep. Oh well. Anyway, Orkshowman Gamer Dad, I saw you're playing Oxygen Not Included tonight. How's that going? I'm assuming that you were not checking out this new branch here. You're just playing a normal playthrough there. The rock acid sounds like the name of rock music. That's yeah, yeah, it does. Anyway, so this might break my petroleum boiler. Whatever. Doing normal playthrough. Cool, cool. And what does this condensate at? About 75 degrees lower than this. Yeah, that's... I don't know. As long as it doesn't get into the petroleum boiler over here, I'm fine with that. Let it do its thing. And yeah, we're not going to be geotuning this here. Alright, yeah, thank you for the lurk, and again, thank you for the raid too. Yeah. Also, yeah, with everything that we're talking about there, fair warning here, ad break is coming in about 2 minutes here. There was that whole, the raid coming in, and then, the rock gas emanating out of the volcano there. Yeah, we learned something there, incidentally. Again, not a beta branch thing. This is something that is applicable to the main game as well. Just in case you were like me and didn't know. Yeah. But in the meantime, yeah, we're trying to make some plywood over here, which we now have. Some of this here. So good source of heat and power. I don't agree with that, because I'd rather... Actually, you know what? It might work. It might work. You might be able to feed that into wood burners, I assume. Could try that too. But yeah, it's construction material, type organic, melting point. So then if we wanted to build a computer table... Well, let's not do that, because that requires 400. But display shelf, yeah, that requires only 50. So wood, decor plus 50%. Plywood, insulator, slow heating. Okay, so plywood really is just regular wood, but without the plus 50% decor bonus. And I guess it largely, like, so... Yeah, so I guess it is meant to be easier to get than regular wood, just the resin feels like it could be a bit of a challenge here. I don't know. Remote control, let's say your oil refinery is 500 degree chlorine, you can use it in your base. You can use it up in your base. Maybe do that, yeah. Yeah. Okay, anyway. I want to play a little more with plywood here, kind of explore a little bit about this in a bit here, but, ad break's about to come in, so I'm going to hit ad, I'm going to take a quick break, use the bathroom, walk around a bit, yeah, I'll be back in a second, explore some plywood some more here. And we're back. And Nanashi, I read your explanation there, and I think, yeah, that makes more sense. I say more sense because, I don't have Prehistoric Planet Pack, and I was suspecting that this change had more to do with Relica there. So it's going to be, I think, kind of difficult for me to really assess just how useful plywood here is, but I my inclination is to agree with you. It does feel like I guess the thing in my mind here is I just don't know how hard it is to get resin or how easy it is to get resin in the Prehistoric Planet Pack. It does seem now, with the ability to get plant husk from harvesting plants with the crop tending skill. I mean, the plant husk, I've just been kind of doing this in the background, been getting plenty of that there. It seems relatively easy there, although I wonder if that has to do with farming skill as well. Let me see if I can grab one of my dupes here and see if that has anything to say here. So the agriculture skill, tending speed, seed chance. Yeah, it doesn't look like it there. I'm assuming it's just, yeah, random chance if you have the crop tending skill and you're good to go there. Oh, no, it's salvage plant husk. Never mind. I had this wrong. It was improved farming 2, or at least that's what it says here. On Relica specifically. Yeah, I guess, yeah, especially if you're needing improved farming 2. It feels like it could stand to be earlier in the skill tree. Although I guess it also depends on how quickly they want you to be able to get wood, or some sort of wood. Anyway, so the next thing I wanted to try with plywood, and I'm suspecting the answer to this is yes, but well, I'm going to try it here. Is can you use plywood in power generators, the wood burner, and the ethanol distiller? So we're going to throw down a wood burner here, and we're going to throw down an ethanol distiller. Where are you? Right there. And we'll just see what the UI looks for that, see if we can put plywood in there. I don't know. Sweet corn, or sweat corn doesn't produce husk when corn is one of those. Yeah, that's weird. But, yeah, I'm also just thinking about, because, I've been going through my, Ceres playthrough here, where they literally give you 20 tons of wood to start with. You can build a banquet table pretty much right away if you're starting on Ceres, and, yeah, I don't know. It just seems weird here. Also, maybe I shouldn't have made this out of copper ore. This is going to immediately overheat, but, oh well. So this, converts wood into ethanol. So it looks like the answer for this is no. Outhouses aren't fixed. Ah, well. Bummer there. Maybe they'll sneak it in before the final release, though. So yeah, it looks like, yeah, the ethanol distiller, still takes just wood, won't take plywood. Unless there's something to the UI here, but it looks like it just needs, actual wood here. Eh. Sometimes devs don't play the game, like, do like the Printerceptor's way of subverting. Yeah, that's one thing I want to check out here a little later. I'm not checking it on this run here because this is not a, this is not a new playthrough here. We don't have the Printerceptor added here, but I do want to try a new sandbox map with that to see how that goes there. Alright, so the wood burner is immediately breaking because it's overheating. And it does disable auto repair. It does look like this is saying burns wood to produce electrical power, so yeah, same thing here. It looks like it just takes wood and won't take plywood. Okay, so these... Okay, that's not what I was expecting. I was expecting them to be able to take wood and plywood, but, yeah, okay. Okay, so I guess, given that, plywood definitely looks like it's more like meant to be an easier to get source of wood for construction materials, and not like, a possible fuel source, I guess you could say, ultimately later on the game. Which makes me, again, without having played Relica yet, it feels like, it feels to me like plywood's just not that interesting there. Because resin right now, not all that easy to get. You gotta crack shine bug eggs to get those. Two specifically to be able to get one batch of plywood here. That's going to be a comparatively limited resource compared to, starting with 20 tons of wood, or maybe being able to get an arbor tree, growing that and get wood that way. I don't know. Problem with outhouses, so it's a visual bug. I don't have any right here that I can display or show here, but basically, the outhouses, they have. Maybe throw down a blueprint right here, but this right here, this arrow gauge thing here, that's the indicator of how many uses there are left to this, and once that hits the bottom there, and you got to plumb that out, then it occasionally doesn't reset back to the full use there. That's a bug there. Kind of apply what you get from that tiny is only 100 kilograms. Yeah, I agree. And your wood substitute yielding plastic, yeah. But yeah, I'm not sure how useful it's going to be. But yeah, no, people who play on Relica on Prehistoric Plant Pack, maybe that is more useful to them. Maybe they are going to need more of a source of wood. And so then, given this, the next thing I wonder is, does Plant Husk have any other uses? Ooh, yes. You can feed it to gassy moose. Oh wait, was it produced by gas grass before? This is an interesting look here. It says, yeah, you can get this if you have the improved farming 2 skill. Turning kill and smoker wood with ethanol to fire kills I would exist specifically when wood is scarce to create things that require wood, not for operations that consume wood. Yeah. About the controller. Are you talking about the remote controller, the bionic remote controller? There, I know of it. I haven't seen it yet though. Would use a Printerceptor and get acorn for the purpose of the wood of death. Okay. Also looks like a new skin for the liquid reservoirs. Slightly new, like this little black swoop here looks new. I'm kind of curious. Pull this up here. No, maybe not. Maybe not. The image on the wiki here looks exactly the same as what we got here. So I don't know. I'm just imagining that one, I guess. All right. Blueprint here. Eh. Yeah, we're not going to take any of these. I'm just going to get Oxalite instead. Yeah, we're not ready to replace the guy who went through the temporal tear yet here. Okay, so it was with the update with not bionic. Oh, okay. All right, so yeah, that's plywood. At least for my uses, doesn't look that interesting. Not really all that useful here. So yeah, oh well. Okay, so what else do we got here? So that was, yeah, plywood press, display shelf, biodiesel engine. Okay, let's check this out. I don't think I'm gonna make use of this because I don't have any biodiesel, and I do want to take a quick look here. Biodiesel. How is this made again? From tallow. Or, well, you can make it from tallow. But you can take phyto oil and bleach stone, emulsify it, or I guess milk it out of a husky moo, which is going to be new here. So let's try making a biodiesel rocket. Evidently, we cannot. Space above rocket blocked. Do I need to get rid of these ladders? Maybe. Oh, that's strange. Evidently, you can build modules without having to build a engine first, although I think that can't be right. Let me try building... Not there. Another launch pad over here. Assume the FPS thing didn't improve it too much. Hard to say. Hard to say. That's part of the reason why I've been playing an old save file here, just to try and, like, kind of in the background begin considering things here. And I think in retrospect, that probably wasn't a good idea because I'm so used to playing my new playthrough here where everything's comparatively snappy and fast here that I don't really remember how it was when I last played this save here. My initial inclination is it feels like the performance is better, but it's... I am realizing that I just don't have the right frame of mind at the moment to be able to make this comparison here. Also, you know what? This, farms like this, where I'm growing the sleet wheat here, this might be a good use for the insulated doors here. This is, not something that's accessed super often. And, yeah, we can keep, This would do good to keep the chill in there. Adding databanks to space POIs. Yeah, that's something that, seems really interesting there. I would say, in the base spaced out run, databanks were really only useful to do research. I knew that there were some other uses for databanks with the Bionic Booster Pack, but it does look like they're doing more to encourage you to give more use for databanks, so that makes more sense to keep making more of these here. So yeah, I do like it. I like that idea there. And yeah, so yeah, doing that, adding databanks to the space POIs, and then getting databanks from analyzing various points in space. Yeah. If you're gonna make databanks more useful, having more ways of getting them, also useful. But yeah, this does look new here, because I feel like I remember the last time with rocketry, you had to build an engine first, or at least queue up an engine first, before you could lay down other modules. And here, it looks like you can just straight away build a battery rocket just like that, without having to trick the thing here. We're going back to the regular game today. I'm currently not planning on it, although I guess it depends on how much time I'm spending on the beta branch here. I've been sort of expecting that I am going to be spending a lot of time just exploring everything here, and that's probably going to be the entire stream there. But if it does turn out that everything here is not as extensive as I was thinking it would be, if I could just, like, blaze through it really fast here, might go back. The thing, though, about that I've also been thinking about here is that particular run is currently about 80 cycles in. First of all, I want to, throw down this biodiesel engine here so we can start seeing... Oh, that's why I need to get rid of these ladders over here. And it feels like, with the new story trait specifically, the Printerceptor, I feel like that might be the thing that I'd want to be playing around with in a playthrough, and so in the back of my mind, I got in this idea that I might either wait for the full release of the quality of life update here, or to start a new run in this beta branch here on Ceres, because I feel like I do want that story trait. At least that's my initial thought right now, because I want to take a look at this in the sandbox here and see, like, what do you need to do to activate it, what happens when you activate it, what can you do to make use of it here. Yeah, with the... I don't know. It just feels like I just might want to go start a new run here. Change the name of the Printerceptor and States Beta Thanks. Plywood is the side thing. Yeah, so yeah, if it's that you know, like we go to like space points of interest here. Ooh, this is an interesting view. Yeah, I know that yeah, they added a little bit of debris to each of these fields and some data banks out here already to begin with, so that you know, you don't need to worry about having to start over for that right there. But yeah, Printerceptor does sort of feel like it might be a big enough deal that I don't know. Nuclear remorse aren't too great. Glass Fox and using Sand Short and Sarasaur, the other two not really. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. We're still going to be taking a look at those and see if I can, if not necessarily make them, just kind of explore them, take a look at their database entries, kind of get a sense for how hard they might be to make or what you need to do to make them. I don't know. I don't know. Anyway, I'm building a biodiesel engine right here because I want to get a sense of rocket height and, I guess other stats, I guess you could say. Yeah. I guess what we're doing that, I am... We can take a look at one of these new morphs here, which would be the gassy move morphs. So to get these husky meteors, has to eat plant husk, whereas regular gassy moose eat gas grass. And they each call either gassy mood here or husky mood here. And I haven't, I haven't ranked gassy moose. So I can't tell exactly how difficult it is. Or throw it to the Critter Fluxomatic too. Yeah. If only I didn't deconstruct my Critter Fluxomatic on this particular playthrough here. But it does make me kind of curious here. We have a gassy meteor on its way. Doesn't look like it. Yeah, well. Yeah, Regula's coming in that way. Yeah. Yeah, we can't test it on this particular playthrough here. Yeah, so... Let's see, Moo... Oh, nice, and they say the space required now in the database here, too. I don't know if they said that before. I'm tempted to say they didn't. So yeah, they can eat gas grass or plant husk. Gas grass... Okay, so when harvested, that makes plant husk, and that's what gassy moose can eat. Or they can eat the growth from the gas grass. Kidnap one moo, we're like, yeah, I think I don't know. I might have, That's right, no. I was thinking I might have grabbed an egg, but I forgot. Gassy moos don't have eggs. Yeah. What I did was I grabbed a gas grass seed. Yeah, well. Anybody on that? Sparky's on that. So, yeah, the other thing, yeah, I'm noticing about husky moose here is they produce carbon dioxide instead of natural gas, which... Yeah, like... Why would I want that? The visuals, yeah, it looks a lot uglier than the gassy moo. Whole idea behind it. I just, yeah, like right here, it just doesn't feel like I see the point behind this. They eat plant husk and gas grass, excrete carbon dioxide. It can be milked for biodiesel, which I guess is a little different, because I think, yeah, gassy moos make brackine. But I guess, yeah, if you got a lot of plant husk, that could be a way to basically just get more biodiesel here. I guess. How much of this does it eat per cycle again? 200 kilograms per cycle. Yeah, I guess it depends on, the biodiesel engine, if like or like it uses for biodiesel here. I was saying biodiesel engine because I have one of these built here. What else was biodiesel used for? I guess you can make more tallow out of that. You can use this in the blast shot maker. Come on, come on. Yeah, once again, used to early games here, not having to do this here. So yeah, that you can make. Oh no, you can produce it that way. So yeah, let me back up a second here and go back to our blast shot maker here. So previously we've been doing intercosmic blast shot. Yeah, you can use petroleum or biodiesel for that, and regular blast shot, same thing there. Petroleum or biodiesel. One other thing. Can biodiesel be fed into petroleum generators? You can. Petroleum, ethanol, or biodiesel. Okay, so it does seem... It seems to me, just looking at this, the Husky Moos... They might have use. Because biodiesel... I mean, it seems, like, more useful than plywood, let's say. I could see somebody somewhere, one of these guy makers, actually figuring out Husky Moos and figuring out a way to make a good bit of biodiesel and find some way to make some power positive loop or something here. I don't know. I wouldn't be surprised if that's the case there. Because biodiesel is bad. New biodiesel engine a lot to consume liquid oxidizer only. The most expensive thing in the trick or treat. Okay. And if you have supercoolant and liquid O2, yeah, might as well be making a hydrogen rocket there too. Yeah, I didn't even consider that, so... generous height restrictions, ideal for hauling. Yeah, how big is this? 35, so actually, yeah, the same height as the hydrogen rocket. But it requires a liquid oxygen tank, as you say there. Can't really see what the range here is. Maybe it says... Yeah, we can't see here what the maximum range of this is. And I guess it also needs a liquid fuel tank here. Power 31. I'm gonna guess the hydrogen engine's more powerful than that. Yeah, 55. Yeah, I think you're right at that point. In this case, it does seem like at this point might as well be going hydrogen. Yeah, especially because if you can make liquid oxygen, it's not that much more difficult to actually make liquid hydrogen as well. And the liquid hydrogen tank, or the hydrogen engine... So this one is saying it requires a liquid oxygen tank. Is that true? Because I had it in my mind that you could get by with solid oxidizer tanks as well. It's just, you know, by the time I'm making liquid oxygen, or liquid hydrogen, I can make liquid oxygen, too. Yeah, I don't know. No. Yeah, I'd like to fill this. You know what? We can throw this here. We can throw this on our test list here. But here's the things we're going to be testing here. I want to be adding to this biodiesel engine max range, let's say. That's one thing I'm curious about, compared to the hydrogen rocket. Limitation for the biodiesel engine. Oh, okay, okay. That's strange. That's strange, okay. Anyway, we'll, get rid of this here, I guess. Salvage this rocket platform. But yeah, that's one thing we'll check out a little bit later once we get into sandbox mode. And so then, let's take a look at the patch notes and see what else here. Duplicates with a crop tending skill can now salvage plant husk when harvesting certain plants. Okay, so this is where I got confused, because it says here in the patch notes with a crop tending skill, but crop tending skill is tier 2 as opposed to improved farming 2, tier 3, and this is the one that's actually required for the plant husk. I don't know if this is the bug or if they intended it to be crop tending, but or if they intended it to be improved farming 2 and they just misstated it in the patch notes. I think I'd prefer it to be crop tending, but I don't know. Harvesting gas grass now produces a large amount of plant husk. Okay, so that is new. New biodiesel producing gassy moo. Right, the husky moo. Increases... Okay, feeding plant husk to the gassy moo increases the chance to become a calling a husky moo, which we determined there. Added plywood element, which we saw. Added door side screen UI, set permission for rovers, slidos, and biobots, which is a big deal. Go back to one of these doors here and see... Yeah, I kind of saw this before. We got some... We now have separate sections for standard bionics. Standard dupes and bionic dupes. Which I don't have many bionic dupes. But also robots here, which we got Flydo. Which we don't... That's a bionic booster, which I don't have activated in this one here. And rovers and biobots... Yeah, thankfully, finally for biobots here. Nanashi, I'm not sure if this is going to be something that salvages biobots for you, makes you, redeems them in your eyes, but this is the sort of thing... Yeah, this is the sort of thing that's still going to be very useful here going forward here, because, like, now I can say, biobots, don't go in here, grab this super hot igneous rock, and by the way, have we... Okay, the rock gas is starting to dissipate here a little bit. It's down in the micrograms range. Yeah, we're not that bad off here. Okay. Oh, but we did... I guess the picture pump that I had there melted? Yeah, well, whatever. Whatever. Yeah, now, now I feel like it's more useful... Ooh. Come back to this in a second. Now I think it'd be more realistic to actually have the biobot builder running full-time there. You know, it's still gonna have that issue where, you know, like, biobots are gonna grab the command to be like, you know, they're biobots over here, you've got a construction command over here to do something, and the biobot is the one that picks it up and spends forever going over to this side of the map to do the construction when you're like, I got a dupe right over here, I've got the material right over here. They can just do it right here and just be annoyed that it takes 10 times as long as it needs to, but, so it goes. By the way, I also was... previously, trying to see if, we, like, the desalinator here was going to be doing anything. It doesn't look like we've been refining, with any, salt water yet, so, yeah, I don't know. We'll just keep this up and see if I run that same bug that Nanashi was here. Use case for biobots, easier to have dupes. Yeah, the thing is, in my mind, with biobots, it generally felt like free labor, particularly for the idea of... A second here. Select that one right there. So, did I... No, I didn't. Okay. We have this meteor that we need to knock out here. You go into hostile environments like running through magma, the issue. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, it's just like, in my mind, when I first started, it was just like, you know, it's useful for a lot of hauling here, essentially. Moving stuff around, supplying construction materials to a big, wide swath of things or something like that. Even, yeah, like I kind of talked about this a year before, I think you do still kind of have that issue where as you get a big colony and biobots are moving to do something clear on the other side of the map, it's going to take a while anyway, where dupes, if you know, like you got 20 athletics dupes or something, then they can just zoom over there or whatever and you're good to go. Yeah, you don't have that with biobots, which is little unfortunate, but so be it. Alright. That meteor knocked out. What was he doing here? So yeah, this is one new thing I'm noticing here. It's a cosmetic thing only, but I like it here. But buildings that have liquids animations going through them, they now will do. They're now animated based on the actual liquid going through here. So this is showing crude oil going through here, a black liquid. Previously, the liquid shutoff showed, I guess, it looked like water was going through there instead. But yeah, that's a cool new feature there. Beth says strictly holler, keeping them in a hostile environment that requires door permissions. Just doesn't exist in the stable version. Yeah, so the door permissions, we got those coming in now. So there's that's one nice thing there. The thing that I think I would like that would help even more in this case would be, I guess task permissions. So to say like, you know, my biobots, they can do only hauling, for instance. I think that would be even more useful there. That would help there, but yeah, in this particular run here, I got to the point where, yeah, some of the biobots were just taking work that I would prefer dupes to do just because they would be able to do it faster, and at that point, I just decided, okay, you know, we're disconnecting this power transformer, no longer pumping anything here. I don't know. That'd be a nice thing to do that would make the biobots a little more useful, but I do think, like, in my future playthroughs, or my other playthroughs, you know, if I do run across a biobot builder and I'm able to start making them, I feel like I still might for the free dupe labor initially, and then at some point say, okay, you know, they're kind of getting in the way. I'm gonna stop making them here, but I don't know. I still feel like I would still make use of them up to a point. Yeah. Let's now back to the patch notes here. So let's see. So yeah, door, side screen UI element for lures for biobots. Yeah. All critters regularly play a hat or sappy emote to show certain states and effects. Are these happy? These guys are cramped? Are you cramped? Are there eggs in here? Nope, they're all cramped. Okay. Hold on one second here. Well, that's why. Now saying they all have 9 critters in each of these rooms here. Where is 9? Number 9. This is saying 8 critters. It will do. Set up a little bit of automation and see if there are eggs still in some of these rooms. Need to make these out of steel. I don't know. Let's throw them in all of these rooms here. Oh, yeah, we can't do that there. If out of 6 sword trades, I chose Somnium every time. Can drop Biobot. Interesting. Because I found I found Somnium to be really good. I'm also seeing here the pips have the same issue where they're both saying cramped, and we actually have some sensors in here both saying 9. And eggs. Oh, why is that? Well, this looks like a bug here. Okay, so we got a cuddle pip egg, or not a cuddle pip egg, but there's an egg right here, a pip egg. this conveyor loader is saying pip egg, throw this in here. No, there is a visible egg. This is an egg right here. But the conveyor loader, we're saying put pip eggs in here, and it's not, the auto sweeper isn't picking this up and putting it in there. Everything's powered, right? Yeah. Is there a pip egg over here as well? Conveyor rail, hold on one second. This might not be a bug, it might just be something bad with my design here. Conveyor rail's blocked. Going this way over here. Should be going down into here. I don't get why... Auto sweeper thing not working on clay form. Okay. What do we got in here? Pip, egg, and dirt. Okay, so the egg is loaded up into here. Yeah, and same thing over here. We got an egg somewhere in here. We got one Slitzer egg right down here. Okay. Okay, yeah, I don't know. So what what I'm curious about here is this... It might be an egg thing here, because I'm seeing this auto sweeper picking up salt from the geyser here, dumping it into the conveyor loader here. So this is working fine. This one is not. We've got aluminum right here. And it's not being dumped into here. Yeah. Okay, so I think this is more a bug that's, more widespread than just eggs. I think this is, conveyor loaders and auto sweepers still, having their own issues here. So yeah, like, I think this one in particular, I think this bug here, this is, I think, a big enough deal that I would be inclined to recommend staying away from the update, the beta branch for now, because, I don't know, conveyors, auto sweepers, conveyor loaders, this is pretty important for a lot of builds here. Whether, way they break things not related to the updates. Yeah, like, it's definitely not intentional, we'll say. This is just going to be the nature of software, where you make an update, and there's a reasonable chance that it's going to be breaking something that you're fully not expecting. And, you know, that's why they make these test branches available, these test sections available, so that, you know, they're not just pushing out a new update like, hey, here's a new big quality of life update for you, go nuts with this, and then all of a sudden everybody's complaining about conveyor rails not working, banquet halls not working, because the limited amount of testing that they were able to do internally just didn't come up, just didn't show these things happening here. And, like, I want to pause and emphasize that right there. I say limited amount of testing they're doing in-house. Realistically, software developer studios can really only do so much testing on their own. And that's part of the reason why you have these beta updates here, these beta branches pushed out to wide nets of people who want to opt in specifically for this. because the amount of people who are opting in is going. However, even if it's just like, I don't know, 1% of the player base right there, that's going to be so much more testing. That's collective testing amongst all those players that the software developer is going to be able to do on their own, and it's going to be able to get more eyes on so many different things, so many different playstyles, so many different things that they weren't even thinking about. That this is going to help these sorts of issues crop up and get more visible and be able to see, okay, this is something that's a problem, we need to fix this before full release here. Yeah, so this is, these tests really are useful here for developers here, and this is also why they say generally don't rely on these development branches here. Getting players to bug tests sometimes feels like developers don't play their own games. Well, I mean, so again, it depends. Like, again, like I can assure you, they're definitely doing their own testing. It's just on some level, they're not going to be able to do enough testing on their own to be able to catch a number of issues. Some of these issues, maybe they should have been able to catch in their own testing. Like, I don't know, maybe the banquet hall thing. That looks like maybe something that they should have caught on their own. I don't know for sure. But other times, they're just going to be these weird interactions with software that crop up. You're just not going to be able to look at the code on your own and be like, okay, so yeah, this is going to cause a bug here or something like this. You just need to get a certain amount of play hours in to actually be able to see these issues crop up here. And again, you're just not going to be able to get that internally, or at least compared to throwing it on an optional beta branch for players to go into and just opt in and do their own thing. And yeah, like, however many hours I'm going to be playing tonight, like 3 or 4, if we assume like there's, I don't know, 1,000 other people doing the same thing, that's 4,000 hours worth of testing. Developers being able to do 4,000 hours of testing, like, that would take them months to be able to do there. Yeah. Anyway, so, yeah, what did I look here? Yeah, we're just gonna go copper on this one here. So, yeah, I don't... Short of is, I don't fully agree with the characterization that, devs, like, they're not... They don't know what they're doing, or... How did they miss this, or whatever. It's just a complicated thing. And it's really difficult to actually see unless you're actually on that side of the development side, and actually seeing these issues firsthand for yourself. It's difficult for us, the players, to actually see these sorts of things coming up here. And I think just given that, again, like, the big takeaway here is, play these beta branches at your own risks. That's I think about it there. Anyway, that's going to cycle over. I'm going to go back into the patch notes and see what else the next thing here is. And yeah, that last thing I wouldn't have noticed, the conveyor rails there. Whatever issue was going on there, I wouldn't notice unless I saw this patch note here. All critters now semi-regularly play a happy or sad emote animation. So sure, yeah, I didn't even see these animations down here because I just noticed they're cramped here, and they're happy, but it's like, it's the bigger deal that I need to look at here. Okay, so added a research module for rockets, collects databanks for space points of interest. Databanks are non-renewable. Existing saves will be upgraded here. Let's see here. What is this going to look like? Let's add a module. What was this called again? The research module. The research module. So it's this thing right here. Height of 2, made out of steel. And I'm guessing it's basically just like a cargo bay. Let's build one of these right here and see just what the capacity of this here is. They did rush out the beta branch on Friday evening. Yeah, so... funny thing about that, funny story about that, software developers, like, they Friday patch deployments are a big joke, where it's like this is like a big nightmare for software developers there. Um, like you never see any big updates pushed on a Friday because it's just going to ruin the software developers' weekend. Something's going to go wrong somehow or another, and they're going to need to do an emergency patch. And based on that, you're basically going to be seeing, if it's something critically important, you're basically guaranteeing some developer is going to have to stay in over the weekend to do emergency patching. Then, I don't think they would consider beta testing branch here to be an emergency thing here. And I do know that they have that they did in fact do one extra patch. I think on Friday too. Yeah, I'm curious about that. I'm seeing the patch notes here. Few quick fixes before the weekend. Warning tests for having more than 5 story traits now says unstable instead of too many. Fixes where opening all resources screen would prevent mouse clicks in the world. I guess that's this here? Sure. Fix the crash when selecting the ancient specimen building. Yeah, let's see if we can crash the game here. Nope. Fair enough there. Fix sweep tool, marking duplicates instead of sweepable objects for sweeping. When selecting databank in the base game of the sandbox monitor tool. Potential fix for crash-related diagnostic graphs. One thing I haven't actually made much use of, like, these diagnostic graphs here. I don't know. Bishop crash related to the saves of the bonbon trees. So yeah, this is other stuff they've been doing here. Yeah, so yeah, it's beta. No one is forced to use it. Exactly. They know they won't sweat over it. Like, if they notice anything then that they can easily fix, then sure, they're going to, and that's probably what they did. And I can't imagine that anybody at Clay is in the office right now, and I mean, they may be checking the forums, for instance, and being like, okay, so these are the things players are noticing. These are the issues that we're coming into that we're gonna need to start working on come Monday. But yeah, they're not. I doubt. Maybe there are 1 or 2 developers over there who are feeling extra industrious and feeling like, okay, you know what, I don't want to get to work on it, but yeah, I wouldn't count on that right now. But yeah, we're just adding a research module to see basically just what the capacity of these are, how many databanks they can be collecting. I think that said it was 1,000 kilograms of seal. Yeah, okay. Alright, so the research module can store, it looks like 50 kilograms and 50 databanks, we'll say. And just out of curiosity, it looks like... Yeah. It looks like all of these resource fields are seeded with 50 units of databanks. Initially. Yeah, it's all 50, 50, 50. I'm just gonna assume it's 50. All for everything here. So, yeah, it would appear to be that, this research module, yeah, that's gonna be, one of these is gonna be enough for, one of those space points of interest to get 50... the 50, data banks out of there. And you know what? I think we're gonna... Yeah, we'll leave that there, because I do want to be going into space, but I think I'm going to be using this rocket over here from Toygera as my way of... Why are you... Oh, yeah. Because this thing is now full up. I'm going to be using... Well... Yeah, we're still going to be using this one. I'm going to be using this particular rocket because it's got a drill cone on it. And I can be doing the space drilling at some point here. On at least 100 kilograms. Yeah, I get that, because especially, like right over here, or, like, right here, I've got 2 points of interest right next to each other. It'd be nice to send a rocket to here, and then over to here to grab everything, and then we're good to go there. But, Oh well. So yeah, that's the next new thing there. Let's see here. Okay, so I did the flocks. Okay, so I'm not gonna be able to check these things out. Now we're on the additions to each of the packs here, and we can't check this on this particular file here. But we've got the Flocksmorth called the Shatter Flocks. Can be shared for glass. I want to take a look and see if we can see. You know, we can't see it in this database right here. We'll take that. We'll save this for sandbox mode. And then added the wicker door, which is an air permeable door made out of wood. So I'm assuming that sounds like the pneumatic door, but made out of wood instead. Try building that and see how that like opens closes compared to a pneumatic door. And then the bionic booster pack. They now have a new skill branch for improved hardware, which gives them immunity to eye irritation and popped eardrums. And then climate control, which gives them immunity to chilly and toasty surroundings. I haven't played around with bionics yet, so I can't tell what those skill branches will look like. I'm assuming, yeah, just additional skill points there. And in the prehistoric planet pack, again, I haven't played around with this, but we got added the lum morph called the Blum Lum that produces algae instead of peat. Lums will increase their Blum Lug A chances in the presence of carbon dioxide. And then added a Higme monument top to the supply closet. Okay, and that's one thing I'm going to be curious about here. Because they noticed that there was a lot of new blueprints here as well. So I kind of want to take a quick look here and see if we can identify a lot of these here. Bionic improvements are good, not really critical since we're using that without them. But good to know. It does seem like just what we're seeing there, quality of life. Seems to be kind of the name of the game there. Okay, so I think the ash base layer, I think that looks new. These base layers, maybe. Yeah, okay, and we can tell this, yeah, this time may be printable after the public printing testing period. So that's where we can actually tell that. So we got these base layers as a new top. Jackets, nothing new there, it looks like. Specialty tops, nothing new there. The bottoms... There. Nothing there is new. Aha. These skivvies are all going to be new. On the gloves, nothing new there. These striped gloves are going to be new. On the footwear, striped socks, it looks like, yeah, these are going to be new. Atmos suits. Those don't look new. Not new. Yeah, it doesn't look like Atmos suits or anything new here. Jet suits do look like they're entirely new, so yeah, this is going to actually be something new here, because they did a lot of improvements to jet suits, and I think Redneck's going to be really, really happy about these, because he loves jet suits. I'm guessing that they improved them to the point where they're going to be quite useful here, because they're now actually adding in blueprints for jet suits here, which I think kind of is a vote of confidence for these. Bug that Bions can run around in suits permanently, never take them off. Oh, weird. Strange. Then we're getting into the buildings. I see, yeah, a hatch bed and a pipsqueak bed. These look like new comfy beds. Recreation decor, none of these are new. Reservoirs don't look new. I presume the rock crushers aren't new. Yeah, these don't look new. Automation all looks the same. We got a few new manual generators, the sleek manual generator and the clunky manual generator. Anything else there looks the same. Wallpapers. Don't think Any of these patterns look new? Geometric variants look all the same. Solid wallpapers. So yeah, no new wallpapers, I think. Artwork, I would not be surprised if there's anything new here. Well, I'd be more surprised if there's not anything new. You know, I may be surprised here. Doesn't look like there's anything new. And then enjoy responses. I'm not seeing anything new here either. Okay. Okay, so we got some new things that are going to be added into the base game there. I think when the atmosuit gets worn out, you request a repair immediately until it's fixed, so don't exploit that bug. So I'm kind of curious about that because we talked about repairing atmosuits. Usually what I do is I just go into my exosuit forge and just, when I get to award atmosuit, just go over here, repair atmosuit, and hit that to forever here, but I don't know, something I don't have to worry about, but maybe that has maybe Bionics, that's something different with them, I don't know. Anyway, I talked through a lot of this here. Ad is actually about to come in here, so yeah, sorry about the warning, but going to be taking a quick break here to let that ad run. I'll be back in just a moment. Be on the other side. Alright, we are back. And, yeah, thanks for the explanation, Danashi. Yeah, that makes sense there, and that I can see being really, really annoying. And that does sort of sound like something that they really should fix. Although, yeah, maybe the new skills are kind of meant to be a replacement for them for this issue here, being like you don't need to wear Atmos suits if you get these skills. I don't know. And Maniafo, welcome in, and I think yeah, you're on something there. We now have skins for jet suits here. Let suits win next. That's the next thing we need to be seeing here. Yeah. I don't know. I think they don't do it because we kind of bad at the Atmos suit. The normal dupe wears out when they're in total vacuum. Okay, so yeah, like I think the thing, my understanding of how this works with the standard suit dupes over here. Why are you manually taking a? Oh yeah, because we determined that conveyor rails are busted. But my understanding of Atmos suits, once they hit 0% durability, while dupes are out in the field, they're still functional up to the point where they get docked, and then they get dropped from the dock there. So, yeah, it's not like, suit wears out, duplicate is screwed. They still have enough ability to get back into the base or wherever it is, into a nice normal area there. It's strange that, bionic dupes don't work like that. I don't know. Anyway, I'm reminded one thing that I wanted to do here was actually kind of test out, or check out the new space mining setup here. So I do actually feel like I need to get a rocket out here. I would say set destination. Let's I don't know. Get that there. Alright, so yeah, so we're going to be doing a little mining here. I'm also seeing that the rocket interface looks a little bit different here. I'm going to take a little bit of time to get used to it too, because the crew, or all access to crew boarding here. I'm assuming this set to access permission here. Camille is on her way. Or not. You're on the phone there. Okay, we'll let you finish up what you're doing here, because I'm seeing high priority fabricate, dock access suit. This is strange. You don't have that command to go to the rocket here. Pilots can't eat power banks or gunk extractor while wearing the Atmos suits. That too, but I mean, we know that regular dupes have the ability to eat or use bathroom or do things while in their suits too, so it would be a little bit of a different there. A little bit of a different way that things work there. I think, yeah, it just seems like the way to do this is to fix the actual behavior of, or the dropping of the suits for bionic dupes there. I don't know. I say that, like, it just seems like this is the obvious way to go. I don't know. I haven't played around with bionic dupes yet. I could just be making things up here, but I don't know. Anyway, Camille, what are you doing here? You're going to fabricate, despite the fact that I'm saying get on board here. Can we say begin launch sequence? Okay, there we go. So that's causing Camille to get into the rocket. And then the question I have here, number one, why are you not getting inside? Is there some issue on the inside here? Recrewing rockets. What's going on here? I cancel launch. That was weird here. Can I manually move you inside? This has to be a bug. Okay, if we set this to public access again... Okay, let's pause and move you over here. And then try moving you inside again. No, you're still not able to get inside. Okay. Okay, well, you know what? We're not going to worry about this here. We might try a different rocket here. Clear that... Set to crew only. You know what I'm wondering here? We're saying this is set to grounded. Set to crew only. Let's try this here. Emil, where'd you go? Oh, now you're set to recrew rocket here. Nope, still not able to get inside. Okay. Yeah, I don't get what's going on here. Set that to grounded. Maybe. I mean, this is saying it's empty right now. Clearance vacancy only. What I'm expecting here. Let me try, what are you doing here? Supplying fabrication materials. Can't get in there. Yeah, let's try a different rocket over here. We got our Explorer 1 over here. And Mr. Jetsuit Inc. Actually, you know what? Oh, yeah, let's find him. Going to you. Oh, you're on downtime here. Okay, well, I'm not gonna bother with that war. That's one giant Atmos right there. Okay. I don't know why an Atmosuit got dropped there and why it's so big all of a sudden, but, small visual bug. Unreachable toilet. Yep. Here's beta software for you. Look at that. Okay, he's going over... Okay, all of a sudden it went small again as he passed through this door here. You know what? Oh, wait, yeah, never mind. I'm gonna say, yeah, we're gonna be following Jetsuit Inc. here. I think Noah's reported that one so far. I have no idea what caused that, so, you know, like, I can report it seeing, like, gigantic Atmosuits laying on the ground as debris, but I can't really say what caused the bug, so, you know, it's gonna really only be so useful, I think, to say that, yeah. I don't know. Maybe I should have taken a screenshot of that and said, yeah, this was just randomly here, and, you know, then I could have posted that on the forums or something, but, yeah. Anyway. Let me follow you here for a second, and see if we can manually move you into the rocket once you wake up here. I'm specifically thinking you here because you're currently set as a crew for that particular rocket. And, autosave setup. Okay, you're done here. So you are going to fabricate up there. Yeah, never mind. You're not going to, you're going to be, well, there we go. That's, there we go here. Where'd they get pop eardrums? That's a very good question. I don't know. But, yeah, here is a screenshot that we can, a Atmosuit, glitch here. That one's even better there, because, I don't even know what's going on there. I mean, it's kind of the same problem here, is I don't know what caused this. It's just been laying on the ground there, but, I don't know. I don't know, still is a bug. We can report that and say, I'm noticing something here. Anyway, Mr. Jetsuit Inc. Let's follow you and see if we can get you into the rocket. And yeah, I'm basically just doing this to see if this is like a rocket system bug here or something, or if there's maybe something wrong with that one rocket that I currently have set up there, and it might not be a bug. I don't know. Really get into their heads, is it? Yeah, it is. They're getting all big-headed about this. You appear to have not wanted to go inside here. Try again, why don't you? Oh, that's strange. Okay, so you were able to go inside. Yeah, okay. And Camille over here is just stuck there forever. This is just really strange here. I don't know what to make of this. I suppose what I could do is I could just deconstruct this and reconstruct it. I kind of hate, but, I'm also going to stop providing this oxygen for now. Oh. Are you... Oh, you're on downtime there. Access restrictions. I'm seeing access restrictions listed here. Some duplicates are prohibited in passing through the store by current access permissions. Maybe it's something similar over here. Except, no, it's saying the same thing here. Some duplicates are prevented. Yeah, I don't get this. Okay, did, I suppose I could, for the purposes of, you know, our testing here, I could just, load up this, or add a cargo bay to this rocket here. Let's do that here. Let's go our standard, small cargo bay here, and we'll make this out of copper, whatever. Set that to a high priority. Oh, and this doesn't have, need to fuel that up. Is that something I forgot to do? Yeah, whatever. Any case, where could we go? We can go to this one over here. Yeah, this'll do. So we'll set that as a destination. So, hold on a second here. Okay, well, I got enough fuel for that anyway. For now, at least. And one other thing I'm noticing about the star map, which I think looks really interesting here, is we got, it looks like, yeah, the self-contained system, it looks like any artifact that's available is actually showing up here as well. It's a cool little thing, like that. It says exactly what the artifact there is. What artifact you can pick up? Yeah, I think so here, because, yeah, it's showing, yeah, self-contained system, percolator, grub statue, and I thought I saw, yeah, there's one over here, the office mug right here. And it looks like the demolished rocket here, it does say artifact available. But by way of comparison, these other... Okay, actually this one here, artifact available. Artifact available. And that one also has a mug. Oh, I see what's happening here. Okay, so the point of interest there, it does say artifact available, but then it shows in the harvestable resources what the artifact is. Picked up all the artifacts for the achievement, now they respawn. I mean, like, I did do the cosmic, or the, whatever the base achievement here is for the, base game here, the cosmic archaeology one here, so I'd assume so. Oops, didn't want to do that. I don't know if it's the case that, you know, all these artifacts out here were automatically reset this way here. But if so, okay. Okay, so yeah, I'm seeing what's happening here. So it's like, yeah, the, there's a separate, I don't want to say tab, but a separate, display, I guess you could say, for, the harvestable resources, and that shows exactly what the artifact is here. Whereas, yeah, I was thinking it was saying, like, the whole, artifact available thing was replaced by the actual artifact that was there. But, no, I mean, it's still there. It's just that, the actual artifact's showing up in a different way here, which is cool, One thing, oh, completely forgot. We can't, yeah, we put all this stuff here, but... wanted to be doing some drilling as well. What's annoying is the way that I set this rocket up. Makes this a little challenging here, so let's see. I should be able to do this, though. Change that to a drill cone. Yeah, there we go. Alright, and the crew that we got here, Jetsuit Inc., and I think I had another one, yeah, Sparky here. Yeah, we'll just send them both over. Let's see, yes, I do have that little, little system that I have set up here where I've got the conveyor loader that will spit out things from the cargo bay and drop them into the crew area here. So we really only should need this regular cargo bay here. But yeah, one of the things I think is really cool about this new update here is that you know, when you're drilling or space mining for cargo over here, like, if you don't care about, say, the liquids or gas that comes from them, so, like, say, radioactive gas cloud here, if I'm just going over there for the uranium ore, I'm just going to be mining that out. Cool, we're done with that. And then the excess carbon dioxide, liquid chlorine that we'd be getting out of that, it's just straight up lost. But now I should be able to go over here, just drill it, and have that carbon dioxide and liquid chlorine just stay out there accumulating forever, and eventually, if I'm deciding, hey, I do want some liquid chlorine, actually, or, you know, carbon dioxide, I really, you know, got my alveovirus to feed, just to send a rocket with the big gas tank over there, grab that, come back, you know, they're ready to go there. So yeah, I think it's a cool little update that they made for this. Is that a... Oh. Molten Tongues, like... Okay, so Wolframite databanks, office mug, molten tungsten in a bottle format. It could be the same thing else. Yeah, it does look like. Okay. Quick selection of a blueprint here. Yeah, fine. I don't care. Pure kind of liquid fluorine, they use the rocket itself as perfectly insulated storage for gas grass. That's, yeah, it's like it does seem like you could do some really interesting things like this with this going forward. All right, once we get some diamond delivered to this, then I think you know, we don't need any more fuel. We can just send this rocket out and do some mining and see how that works out here. And yeah, like Camille, I don't know. I really don't know what's going on with this rocket here. I like when I last left this, I know it worked. I don't know what's going on here. It's strange. I'm going to assume that this is just some bug in the game, that there's some bug in the beta branch here, and I'm not going to worry about this. Besides that, you know, this is again another playthrough here that another save file I'm not going to go back to. This one is a complete game. Whatever happens here, happens. We're done here. I don't care about what's anything we break over here. Which, speaking of things that have broken. Yes, the rock gas is finally dissipated. Yeah. Alright, do we have... no, we still need some diamond here. That's a higher priority because I want to get this going. While we're waiting for some diamond to get delivered here, going back to the patch notes here and see if we can... what else we can be taking a look at. Mess tables now public by default. They will only be restricted to a duplicate if explicitly assigned. And yeah, that seems like a good idea there. It can... if you combine this with... good scheduling here, you know, like setting a certain... Why are you on the default schedule? Why are you on the Night Owl schedule? I don't know. But yeah, you make good use of scheduling here. Have it so that certain dupes are... Well, a certain number of dupes are eating at a time here, then... yeah, it seems like... you can just make your dining rooms that much smaller, and not have to worry about yeah, just all this space for mess tables there. And particularly with the Great Hall, you can kind of go back to that minimum size of 32 Great Hall or Banquet Hall in this case there. And so yeah, I like that idea. I like that. Can help slim down the bases a little bit here. Meantime, Sparky, where are you at? Ah, there you go. Okay. Alright, full... Everyone boarded. Begin launch sequence. I probably should have stopped delivering hydrogen here. Rocket is away. And we can't click on that yet. Maybe I just need to wait for that to clear into space here. Alright, so you should be away. There we go. Alright, 1.2 cycles until we reach the sandy ore field, and we can begin testing or seeing how things look here. And we got a new interface here for the rockets. It does look like, yeah, the drill cone setup here, this looks familiar here, the not a diamond here, and it's saying not drilling here. But we now have the harvesting resources tab here, and it looks like, yeah, not gathering, not gathering, not gathering. We'll be able to take a look at this once we reach this, the sandy ore field in 1.2 cycles, although we should also presumably, there we go, yeah, right there, be getting a little bit of a boost from the mission control station. Boom. Boom. So that should mean 1.0 cycles. Okay. Alright, so we'll come back to this in about 1 cycle here. And take a look at that. Yeah, I'll take a look again at the patch notes here. Added duplicate starting outputs to the selection widget for the new character and printing font. Yeah, so I noticed that before with the printing. Yeah, it'll give us the duplicate starting output selection. So one thing I wanted to look at this here. Duplicates the wardrobe. Oh, this is a new interface too. So yeah, you've got like it showed the options for standard yellow uniform, standard red uniform, you know, these guys here. A number of these... Yeah, okay, so so I guess everything that you have unlocked here, or, you know, like, once you have anything fully completed, or I guess if you define your own outfits over here, that will also show up on the menu there. I can show that off again if anyone wants to show that once the next printing happens here. But then, yeah, Atmos suit outfits and jet suit outfits also new. Cool, cool. Go out of here for a bit. Need to make a see-through version of the Primo Carve the decor bonus. Yeah, I would agree there. I would agree because it does feel weird that yeah, like the Primo Garb. I think that's useful. That's really useful stuff here, and I don't like this overwriting whatever it is the dupes are otherwise wearing. Like, Doodle's over here. Yeah, it doesn't have any suit on, but if I were to tell him, hey, put this classic cummerbund on, then... in fact, yeah, let's show that here. So, Doodles... Are you? Probably down here because, yeah... So he's putting on this spiffy, or no, overalls. But yeah, it overwrites his outfit there, which I think, yeah, not great. I think whatever you set for the, the current outfit here, I think that should overwrite whatever the clothing here is, because otherwise, you know, what's the point of setting up outfits like that if you're just going to be losing that? And, you know, like, for me, as someone who's generally a little more on the side of practicality over aesthetics, I'm generally going to be thinking, like, okay, Primo Garb, I'm going to get decor out of that. Might as well just be putting everybody in Primo Garb here and just ignore the whatever it is I'm getting from or ignore the blueprints here, which I don't know, it doesn't feel right there. Yeah. Alright, keyboard shortcut Control F now opens the build menu's base tab and focuses on the search bar. The build menu is already open to a different tab. Typing Control F will focus on the search bar, so let me try this here. Oh, I see what this is. So what you could probably do here is being like, let's say I want to build a rocket platform. I can just go into my keyboard here. Rocket platform, there we go. And then if I don't know, hit enter. No, I still need to click on something, though, to be able to get that there. I mean, I can still see that being useful for some people here. I do feel like if I were to... Because I'm thinking about this in terms of, like, Windows... Like, you know, if I hit the Windows key and then start typing the program that I want to open up and then hit enter, then it will open up the program right there, as opposed to having to go through the start menu, etc., etc. That's kind of how I would hope that it would function, but it doesn't look like that's how it is here. But, I mean, it still could be a useful way to just do a quick search and be like, that's what I want to grab. Quit Primo Garb instead of giving them customized outfits. Waste if you have all those games. Yeah, exactly. Maybe that'll be something they add later on in this update, or maybe in a future update at some point. But yeah, I think that's something they really should do at some point there. Yeah, I don't know. It just seems like a bit of a waste there. Several items have had been added to the category, or items can be displayed on pedestals. So, like, yeah, we can put new stuff here onto the, like, in this case, the display shelf. Pedestals function the same here. I think in general, I'm still really only interested in what we're calling here the displayed ornaments, because I mean, like that's what these pedestals were for. I don't know. Maybe there are some other uses. For other items that you're displaying. I can't really imagine that. Yeah, I don't know. I'd be wanting to display artifacts. Really, that's about it. I don't know. But you know, other people might want to display other things as well. Large rocket modules now just use the wide delivery offset, making it easier for duplicates to deliver their storage. Cool, cool. Created new missiles tech in the research screen and moved the meteor blaster and blast shot maker there. Yep, we discovered that pretty early on. This is the only new tech. I don't have that. So I don't have that researched. Everything else is researched. And what we discovered here is that if you already had blast shot makers or meteor blasters built, you're fine. What I didn't think about here was blast shot. Okay, so if you had them previously unlocked, then I'm also realizing I completely misspelled that, but it still found it there. Smart search here. Get blaster, make sure a meteor blaster for really in the relic star stats. Okay, yeah. They isolate it into its own categories. Okay, that's I didn't even think about that. That makes more sense there. Yeah, so yeah, if you had them research before and you built them, you're still good. If not, then you got to do a little bit of extra research. Bit of a bummer, but yeah, I guess yeah, if you're on the Relic Asard and you got that research pod, you're fine. Otherwise, you're gonna need a little bit of materials research. That's kind of that's the one reason I haven't been going over here and researching this, because I don't have a material study terminal up and running. Don't have the radiation for that. So yeah, we're not going to research that, and I don't need to be building a blast shot maker or meteor blaster right now together with jet suit. Okay. Okay, and where was that on this tree? Jet suit would have been personal flight over here. Okay. Anyway, the other thing about the research that I noticed here, like, you know, we got these new buildings, like the communal table, or was it called the communal table? I forget. But the table, yeah, communal table, home luxuries. These are added to existing research. So, you know, like if you have home luxuries researched already, you've got the communal table, you can build some of these stuff right away, loading in your old saves. We did that. We did the display shelf, which is new. We got the plywood press. None of these require new research here. None of the new buildings required any new research. You're good to go. So, like, I'm just thinking back when they added the bottle drainer and the canister drainer. The drainer, the one that you could put bottles on and empty them directly into a pipeline. When they added those, they had their own unique research that you had to do to be able to make use of them. But yeah, we're not doing it. It's the bottle drainers. Yeah, not a bottle drainer situation here. So nice little bonus here. We have 0.2 cycles to go. I'm gonna leave this on the star map right here for now while we keep going through the patch notes here. Several buildings that use liquid in their animation were updated to show the color of the liquid being used. Yep, I noticed that before with my petroleum boiler over here. This liquid shutoff has crude oil going through that. Previously it looked bluish, now it looks black. Cool little update there. Wood material now provides plus 50% decor bonus. Yeah, we discovered that earlier. And because of that, the base decor values of some buildings that used wood before have been adjusted down. I'm assuming the math on this works out so that if you're constructing these out of wood, and why do we have paku fillets right here? all places. Did Paku's flop from there down to there? I don't know. But yeah, so yeah, they mentioned sauna, hot tub, wood tile, and wood block. I'm assuming that these can now also be made out of plywood. And if you're using regular wood with them before and... Oh, that's working. These are all still cramped. Then it's going to be the same decor out of all these here. Really want to make a case for using Sweepy. I want to figure out a good use for Sweepy at some point or another. Like, I was originally trying it down here to try and sweep up all this dirt and drop it in these conveyor loaders to eventually ship out in this little chill box over here. But it's had a few issues in that, first of all, this chill box is also chilling my deep freezer, and dumping too much heat into here all of a sudden makes the deep freezer, really, really warm here. But then the other thing was that I forgot that Sweepy mops up liquids here, so it was picking up all this petroleum here that I wanted to have pumped over here. I suppose I could have had an auto sweeper drop that in a bottle drainer to eventually, drop that on the line and put that into the petroleum generator over here, but Sweepy does feel like that's something that at some point I probably can make use of somehow or another. I want to figure this out at some point here. I don't know. There we go. The rocket is now drilling. We can also see the gathering beginning here. So the artifact was picked up, storage full immediately. Research module picking up the spare data banks here. And so one thing I think is kind of weird with this here is that the progress bar for the gathering or the drilling here, it's not really lining up with what's happening. I guess it's more for the gathering, not so much for the drilling, but it's not really lining up with the bar above. So, like, as we see with the drilling here, when the progress bar fills up, amount of diamond goes down. But if we look down here with the gathering for the research module, the cargo bay, the numbers are going up out of sync with the progress bar here, which feels a little strange there. Takes time to get free databanks, yeah, unfortunately, yeah. Build a mess hall, great hallway, such that dupes will take the drop food and then go to the kitchen. Yeah, that's probably, yeah, something I could be looking at there. Oh, what, I missed this here. It's like the dining room, pick up the food for the drops somewhere, then your ceiling area can be used for decor. Okay, yeah. That's what, yeah, I think that's what I've seen people use Sweepy for, yeah. Okay. But yeah, no instant databanks here. And I'm also kind of curious here, seeing the cargo bay starting to fill up. Oh, you know what? I forgot. That's why that wasn't going here. Because I didn't have power to this here. So if I do that, then if we go back here to the Explorer... Okay. I was a little curious there because I was thinking maybe they had nerfed this whole setup here where, yeah, you slap any sort of cargo bay, regular cargo bay in your rocket, and then go back inside here. Conveyor loader fitting, conveyoring the stuff new conveyor chute, all the debris over here, dump it into the rocket. Yeah, essentially have infinite storage. I was thinking they might have nerfed that, but no. It was just me ignoring the fact that the conveyor loader fittings need power. Whoops. Anyway, we'll keep watching the harvesting going on here. Keep going through our patch notes here. Let's see. So jet suits, ooh, yeah. So significantly increase jet suits' movement speed, increase their fuel consumption, and reduce their CO2 output and temperature. Duplicates in jet suits prioritize flying over walking when you both are available. That require textile ingredients, like reed fiber. They no longer require petroleum to fabricate initially, and they can now be fueled by any combustible liquid, and now show small smoke particles upon each thruster. I feel like that's something I'd rather try in a sandbox as opposed to in the main game right here, because I don't feel like I have a good use case for it just yet. I can't really feel like I can set up a nice little sandbox for that, so we will throw that on our test list here. Got suits. Close that down here. Alright, and then back to the star map while we keep watch over this here. But yeah, I'm hoping this means jet suits are so much better here, and actually something that's worthwhile to use. I say that hoping that Red Duck's not here to cry foul at me here, but yeah. Okay, so now critters, shine bug eggs now drop some resin when cracked the egg cracker, which we discovered. Items dropped by a critter upon death now spawn at the critter's body temperature. Dreckos now have a 90% scale growth upon growing up. I'm assuming that means that, like, we've got, our, I don't want to say breeder ranch over here, but our overflow ranch here. When we have a Drecklet or glossy Drecklet grow up, then probably assuming that means that it hits 90% scale growth right there. And you can't immediately shear them for reed fiber. You got to give them, or reed fiber or plastic, you got to give them a little bit of time to grow a little bit there more. Definitely big agree they only changed the jet suits after he ended his run. Yup, I know. Unfortunate timing. But, next run for him. Next run. Something he can look forward to. Are there a zillion pips in the Drecko Starvation Ranch? In this case, yeah, it's like when I was building my pip ranches, I was lazy. I decided to drop them in there. And the other part of it is, cuddle pips will occasionally spawn in there, and they'll hug the eggs and make them grow a little bit faster. That was what I was thinking there. It's like I already had enough meat production from other stuff that it's like I didn't need to get additional meat out of the pips here. So no, it's yeah. I guess I'm short of it laziness there. And then crowding. So there was, yeah, when I was reading through what they were talking about with crowding, in the patch notes, I was a little confused about this, and I was in Two Legit City's stream yesterday. He was kind of talking about the patch notes, and I was asking him about that, his understanding about that, and it sounds like the short of it is it doesn't look like if you have kind of these standard branch designs, something like, your pips here, or slitsters, or, I guess like the standard patch ranch, this sort of setup here, nothing changes. Everything's still the same, other than, auto sweeper's not working for right now. But it sounds like this is more for a case of mixed critter ranches, like, you got some. If you're mixing ranches and having, I guess for lack of a better way of putting it, small critters, like your hatches, your slicksters, your pips, whatever, and you're mixing them in with bigger critters, like Bamus, then previously what would happen is the crowding math would be a little weirder, and I guess it kind of defaulted to each critter requiring the amount of space that the big critters needed there, and that meant you could fit ultimately less critters in the ranches there. And from the sounds of it, what's happening here with the change here is that each critter really takes up as much space as they want there. They take up that much budget in the space requirements, and you can more easily mix critters and ranches. I think that was kind of the sounded like the takeaway there, and Yeah, like if you're doing single critter ranches there, nothing changes. You don't need to worry about that. So everything here, like this is the way I'm doing it. Like I maybe this has something to do with prehistoric planet pack, how some of the critters work there, where you might be putting multiple critters together. I think that was something that might be a thing. I don't know for sure. um, I I was wondering, why is there an omelet sitting both here and here and here? I'm thinking what's happened here. Oh, this is interesting. Shows the freshness. Freshness has an icon now. The molten slickster eggs here. I think it got cooked. Because it's sitting so long here in the conveyor loader, and I guess viability. Oh yeah, so yeah, it's sitting there in the conveyor loader. That drops its viability, and then raw egg falls out of that, and it gets cooked there. Yeah. So that's why there are omelets sitting right there. Yeah. Okay. Oh yeah. So this is funny little side effects of bugs here. Okay. Anyway, so yeah, critters there. Yeah, so the crowding. I think short of it, like, when I was asking to Legit City about that, I think he was kind of under the impression that I don't think many people do mixed critter ranches, so it's probably not going to be that much of an effect on most people, but I don't know, could be wrong, because again, maybe Prehistoric Planet Pack adds some reasons for this, maybe other people play in a certain way where they do mix critters. Yeah, I don't know, but yeah, it basically seems like space requirements for critters now are working as intended here. Now onto the rooms. Remove light source requirement for the laboratory room. Nice little bonus there. Added banquet hall, room type with a high morale benefit. Not working right now, unfortunately, but I'm assuming it's probably going to be fixed next week or thereabouts. And, side notes, I know I talked about this before, but I feel like I gotta emphasize this as well. I'm disappointed that banquet halls are basically now the new Great Hall. The way I was reading it in the patch notes, I was expecting there to be an even greater morale bonus, like +8, +9, or something like that. But no, it's +6, and they bumped down Great Halls to +4. I mean, I guess in the grand scheme of things, it's probably not that big of a deal because, Great Hall is really easy to set up early on, and that +6 morale, I mean, it's more than you need for a good long while. So plus, losing 2 morale out of that, probably not going to be that big of a deal. But, I probably want to be playing this in a playthrough again, just to see just how that feels. Maybe losing 2 morale does feel that much worse. I don't know. I suspect it won't, though. Let's see. Reduce mess hall and Great Hall morale. Oh, so they did actually note that in the patch notes. I just completely glossed over that. Added the ornaments object category. Ornaments are special class of decor objects can be displayed on a pedestal. Yeah, this includes artifacts and keepsakes. I am a little... It's a little strange here because, you go into the database here, display ornaments, and it has a really limited display of what it's showing here. Although I'm kind of curious here. Ornaments. Ah, okay. Object, space, artifacts, keepsakes. Displayed ornaments. Okay, so I mean, I guess it's telling you exactly what these ornaments are. Yeah, found objects, space artifacts, keepsakes. Yeah, again, it's just, I feel strange that, you got the list of displayed ornaments here, and this is not comprehensive. maybe they're going to be adding to this as the beta goes along. But yeah, I was a little confused earlier when I was like, I need to put something here. I'm going to verify, is this artifacts over here? And I looked in the database, I saw a really, really limited list, and was confused. But then, yeah, useless machine here. Does have the category displayed ornaments here. Yeah. Okay, so then any room types that required high decor items, which is decor items with plus 20 decor, now require an ornament displayed on the pedestal or display shelf instead. What's... I saw that and I was a little confused by that. Like, let me see here, so... Luxury barracks, they require a decor item. Private bedroom, I would expect something like that, but no. It's just saying 2 decor items. The banquet hall says displayed ornament. What else requires... Not the massage clinic. Not the rec room. I mean, that's a strange patch note here, because it seems like the only room that it's referring to is the banquet hall. I don't know. If I were to guess, the implication of this is that they're probably going to be adding more rooms in the future that will require artifacts to be displayed or ornaments to be displayed. It's just that right now, the only one that fits this category that they're talking about is the banquet hall. Or maybe, you know, the massage clinic, the private bedrooms intended to have that requirement as well, but it's just not showing up in this this build of the beta. I don't know. Yeah. And as we're reading through the patch notes here, once again, ad break is coming in here in about 4 minutes here, so, you know, we're going to be pausing here for that, but you know the drill here. So yeah, decor for room requirements. So planter boxes and decor plants no longer count as 2 separate decor items. Empty planter box will not count as a decor item. Planter box contains a healthy decor plant. This combination will count as only 1 decor item, which is kind of implied by the previous note there. If the planter box becomes non-operational, i.e. you don't have a foundation, or if the plant wilts, it will no longer count as a decor item. That makes sense there. I mean, it's basically saying that the decor plant has to be active, essentially. You can't just throw down an empty hanging pot or something and call that good. And so now that we have a new printable here, I can kind of talk about, you know, the artifacts or the outfit setup here where you can select your artifact. It's this little icon right here. You click on that, it'll let you go through the artifacts here, or artifacts, outfits, select what you want there. So yeah, nice little addition there. We'll grab the Paku, and eventually they'll evolve themselves into fillets at some point. You can change their basic uniform. So what that's what you can change them to, and we'll go back to the supply closet here. And your wardrobe right here. After you spend all this time memorizing everyone's favorite color, any outfits that you have defined in your wardrobe here, those will show up as options in the in that list that you can select from at the printing station right there. Or you can go with the default one. But it does look like they all come with, or they all start with a basic, you know, one of these 4 standard uniforms: the standard yellow, standard red, standard green, standard blue, yeah. But any other ones you have to find here that you have all the blueprints for, they will be you can select it as options. And I presume if you have any custom outfits that you have designed, those will also show up as well. So Yeah, that's something you'll be able to do in there. Where was I here? Yeah, so the decor there, I'm assuming, yeah, it sounded like it was basically just a case of, pots need to have a decor plant in them to actually be decor. Yeah, I think that makes sense there. Artables, sculpture, blocks, and blank canvases will not count as decor building until they've been completed by an artist. May also make sense, kind of the same thing there. Pedestals and display shelves will not be considered decor items if they lose their foundation or are not displaying an item. Also makes sense. And pedestals now have a negative status item, no object displayed when they are not displaying an item. I guess I'm fine with that. And then the incomplete artwork status items is now red instead of gray. Which, yeah, I think that makes sense because that's a more important thing to be worried about now because, yeah, incomplete paintings or incomplete statues now don't really do much of anything for you. They might have a basic, a nominal amount of decor they're giving. Like, let's see, what is this here? Plus 10, but I mean, that's not a whole lot. You really want to have them completed there. Um, and yeah, that goes through the room setup here. We got some other stuff here, sandbox, UI, database stuff. Save those for a bit when we cut back from ad break. I think this is going to be pretty quick and easy stuff here, and we might be able to get in the sandbox here pretty quickly to test out some of this other stuff here. So we'll be back in a minute on the other side here. All right, we are back again. And took a quick second here to kind of poke through a lot of the additional patch notes after that. It's like sandbox here stuff. Yeah, some nice improvements to sandbox. UI stuff. A lot of that we discovered here. Like you go into like I guess the refrigerator here, and you see down in here uh, in the contents here, you got freshness icons and refrigerated icon there. Just cool. Yeah, that's a nice little update there. And also, yeah, just like I think just a nice, better way of displaying, like a tabled format here. So yeah, a little bit of UI improvements that way. A lot of little stuff like that we kind of just accidentally ran across there. Um, don't necessarily want to go through each of these. And the database entries, yeah, we can kind of going through a lot of these here. So then, yeah, we're getting to the end of the additions here. Spaced out only, ground-based telescopes. Now produce a small number of databanks when revealing star map hexes. Made note of that earlier. Nanashi mentioned that. Yep, nice, because going to be more uses for databanks here. So having more sources of databanks, awesome. Improved rocket interior background visuals while traveling through space. Didn't even look at that here. And it does look different, but I don't know. If I wasn't pointed out to me, I wouldn't have noticed that. Yeah. Might take a look at this when we start traveling back. Maybe that's going to look a little bit different. I don't know. Star map tiles are now referred to as hexes consistently throughout the game. All right. Star map changes. Okay, so there's a few things here that make me wonder if this is the kind of thing that I want to be playing around, playing a new game here with. So like, let's see. So added an organic mass field space point of interest near the start. And what that's going to give here is dirt and algae. So presumably, I'm guessing they added that. I'm guessing they added that as a dirt algae slime as well. Okay, as a way to get additional algae and let you subsist on algae for a little longer before having to go into electrolyzers or some other form of oxygen generation. And specifically, thinking for planets that use algae, like I'm on Ceres. No algae there. It's we're not using the oxygen diffusers there for that. Added abyssite and granite to the rocky asteroid field point of interest. No longer provides copper ore. So let's see, where's that? The rocky asteroid field. Do we have one of these that I can be looking at? This one right here. Yeah. So yeah, abyssite and granite. So what I'm a little possibly concerned about here, I guess it's not a big deal here, is the question in my mind is there going to be a way to get more copper ore from space? And the answer is yes. We got Sandy Warfield here. Assuming a new player even knows how to build a rocket in which they can survive. True, yeah, true. I guess it's like, I'm thinking of some of my previous playthroughs. There have been times where I've not wanted to build this starting spawn or electrolyzer setup for whatever reason initially, and I just kind of want to subsist on algae for a long time. And I never hit the point where I ran out of algae, but I don't know. I could see myself extrapolating those playthroughs a little more, kind of taking it to a more logical extreme, I guess. Those are the times when I probably would have thought, it'd be really nice to have more algae here. I'd want to get more of that here. Another thing about this here that I wasn't even thinking about, the organic mass field here. You get slime out of that, and slime, again, like, the packs notwithstanding here, slime seems like the kind of thing that is really difficult to get more of. And I think if you have the option to be able to get this out of space points of interest, Yeah, that's a plus there. More of that, and easy enough to get there. I need to play forest, forces you to find water and build small and fast. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, one of these days I'll get to that. We'll play that at some point here. And this is about 60% done drilling here. We'll send that back here shortly. And then added molten lead to the metallic asteroid field point of interest. And now we got renewable lead. That's nice. Yeah, resources mined using a drill cone. Yep, they show up here. Free floating harvestable resources, which means mining and gathering can be done separately. Awesome. Space point of interest start with 50 databanks each. Okay, so they specifically mentioned 50 databanks in each of these points of interest. Yeah. Earlier when I was looking out here, I was looking at, is it 50, 50, 50? Yeah, it's 50 for everything. And they do start with some free-floating resources, applies to existing saves too. Minor art changes to some space POIs. That's what I thought. These look a little bit different. When the rocket is set to do a round trip, the rocket will begin its return flight when it reaches its destination and finds no resources available, and/or it cannot mine a space POA. Okay, that's an interesting change there. And I say that because I really haven't made use of the round trip function in rockets because I was not entirely sure how it functioned. And using this to, like, do mining / gathering, that seems like the obvious use case for round trip. And I think if you make the functionality work like that, that's kind of the expected functionality, how you want it to work, and that makes sense there, making it that way. First 30 databanks needed for space tier research, and 250 databanks needed, which includes data miner. Okay, that's it. Yeah, that's Also wasn't thinking about that. It's probably something I would have had to think about in my new game here, because I would need to get into this this research level yet, but I haven't gotten to that the virtual planetarium yet, so would have found that about at some point or another. But again, I'm of the opinion that more databanks, easier to get, a little easier to get, additional sources for these. I like this here. Oops, wrong one. Wrong tab. Rockets cargo modules gathered from starmap now attempt to gather a bit of each resource at the same time instead of harvesting the entirety of one resource. Oh, okay, so it's like right here, in the case of how it's gathering right here. Well, we can't really tell right here because I don't have the resources. Oh, we do have harvestable resources here. So yeah, it's probably... Okay, so what it's meaning here is it's like, let's say it's gathering 1 ton per second. Or, let's make this easier. Let's say it's 400 kilograms per second. So it's basically going to be saying we're going to grab 100 kilograms of sandstone, 100 grams of copper ore, 100 grams of sand, 100 grams of algae per second. Rinse and repeat there until one of these is running out. Then we'll split it between the other 3, etc., etc. I mean, that's how I kind of would have expected things to work, but maybe it didn't before. Let's see. Added new UI side screens representing cargo modules and resource gathering. Yep, we saw that. All that stuff right there. Drill cone description now specifies it only frees up the space resource. Yep, as we saw. All space artifacts now mention the need for an artifact transport module. Which I'm guessing, yeah, is probably the kind of thing that, I mean, we can't tell that right here. Can we maybe... How about this? Nope, we can't actually click on that. But it could just be a case of, like, for anybody who didn't know, this is why you're not getting the artifact. And all space POAs can be mined for resources. We'll start with some resource. Yeah, we already saw that. Yeah, so, yeah, I really like these changes here to space mining. It's just, yeah, it's cool. It can allow for some additional things that you can be, like, you're not fully wasting the diamond, we'll say. You're still going to be getting, like, liquids or gases, even if you don't have a liquid or gas cargo module. It's just, you just can't transport them back until you send a rocket there with that particular module. And I just like that, yeah, you're not wasting that there. Anyway, so then now into rad bolts, and this is a really cool change here. Okay, so moved rad bolt joint paint to an earlier tier tech. Okay, but no, rad bolt generators will now only consume electricity proportional to current rad bolt production for values less than 480 watts per 100 rad bolts per cycle. But higher values will still only require 480 watts, and this is really nice here. Like, let me see, these, probably not good examples here, yeah. But, yeah, basically what this means here is, yeah, the 480 watts, that could be kind of limiting there, and now you can start gathering rad bolts sooner and not have that be as big of a drain on your power source there. Had the impression cargo modules would just instantly pick up everything. Yeah. So it seems to be the same speed as Drocone. Yeah, that makes sense there. Drocone produces the resources, loading space, and cargo base pick up the rate. Yeah, okay. I can see why you'd say that now. Like, yeah, kind of a bummer that it doesn't, but eh. I'll still take it because it's basically, it's essentially the same thing if you send a rocket over with a drill cone and cargo bay attached. It functions the same way as it would have otherwise, so I'm not super bothered. I think that's fine ultimately. Let's see, rad bolt stored in rad bolt chambers now decay, or in rad bolt chambers or generators now decay significantly more slowly when the building loses power. Also, nice. Different solid transport tier for cargo stuff here. Space travel database now contains interest about space mining. Curious about this here. Space travel. So this will now talk about information about space mining and life support. So space mining, yeah, all that stuff here. Drill cone, cargo base, free-floating space artifacts, yeah. And then life support, crew survival, must be stocked with oxygen and food. Shelf-stable rations that do not require refrigeration should be prioritized. Good call. Can also take a toll on morale, which can be mitigated by providing a toilet to prevent messes, choosing higher decor furnishings. Okay, so that's, yeah, like, I guess additional tutorial-based stuff there. Also running rebel generator proportion. Yeah, that's pretty big, and, like, I do remember when I was first setting up my rebel generators for, the material study research, initially it just felt like this is, it was kind of a pain. A lot of power I'm spending on this, and number one, and number two, if I'm, I'm putting these on a power transformer setup here, so they might temporarily lose power every so often, and all of a sudden, nope, losing all the rad bolts there. Which eventually I learned to put those generators on their own separate transformer, but now, maybe don't need to do that a whole lot more, because, saving a lot of rad bolts there. Tooltip that appears when the destination is out of rocket range includes information about the rocket's current maximum range and potential maximum range. That seems like it would be useful here. And then on the Frosty Planet pack, yeah, basic core value of wood tile and wood block. Yeah, that adjusted downward to, accommodate the new decor boost you get from regular wood. And then prehistoric planet stuff, I'm gonna skip over that because I don't know, I don't have it, I haven't played it with it, I can't really speak intelligently about that. And then we got some fixes. As we learned, the outhouse bug is not yet fixed. Kind of going through a lot of these here to see if there's anything that's super interesting to point out here. Not really. Yeah. And the performance here, a lot of stuff here, so, yeah, they're not giving a whole lot of specifics here because I'm assuming that, the specifics here are really technical and they'd bore a lot of people reading these, but, a lot of these look like, yeah, just better performance. Rework this asynchronous pathfinding with significant improvement for jet suits. So yeah, even more buffs for jet suits here. Um, reducing memory allocations, generally making them more efficient. Significantly reduce the number of memory allocations per frame, which will reduce a slightly smoother frame rate. Groundwork for future optimization. That's good to hear. Small graphs in the diagnostics. Improve performance. Yeah, basically, yeah, just a lot of performance increases here. And yeah, again, this is one of the reasons why I wanted to be playing on one of my old saves here to kind of get a feel for how does better performance feel. Um, and yeah, it's hard for me to say. I've been spending enough time playing that newer playthrough here that I've forgotten how sluggish the old save file here felt. So I would say that my ballpark guess on how the performance has been feeling so far tonight. I think it's been feeling better. We still got these big autosave pauses like this, but it does feel like they're not as bad as they used to be. And I haven't been running into any framiness like I used to occasionally with this old save file. In those cases, though, it was the sort of thing that was difficult to really predict, so I can't necessarily say, let's try this thing here where I knew gave me problems before, see how it performs now, because I don't know. I can't predict it. Yeah, I haven't been, yeah, it's like, like scrolling through, just, going all around like this, and then occasionally hitting, say, the ranches over here. I think this is one of the areas where I could get some framey issues or have some performance issues. Not really, I haven't been really feeling that tonight. I think that's generally a good thing there. And modding looks like just general improvements to mods and how mods are handled. And then supply closet, yeah, we went through the supply closet to take a look at some new stuff there. So yeah, added jetsuit blueprints, added mini pod blueprints. Did I not see the mini pods? Buildings, mini pods. I mean, if they added mini pods, they're not showing up here for me. I don't know. Yeah, we're getting some. We did see some new blueprints coming in here. And we also do know that once they release this update, they are adding in some paid DLC that does have some additional DLC-specific blueprints. We don't. I don't think they've. Oh, they've added skins for mini pods previously, no skins. Oh, okay. So it may well be that what they did for these here. We'll go over to like Recina here, one of these mini pods. Maybe what it is skins that came from the DLCs, the packs here. Maybe that's what it is, and that's why they're now showing up here. And I was just looking at there and being like, I assumed that they were there before. Not paid DLC, but paid cosmetics. Sorry for an Arcade wood. Yeah. Yep, so yeah, I also mentioned, yeah. So, yeah, with the release of this update here, there will be a cosmetics pack DLC that you can spend money for. I don't think they've announced pricing for that, or what's going to be in it, how much content there's going to be. And I don't think they're showing up in the blueprints menu for right now. So that will be a surprise for later. I'm not going to comment on it. It's just paid cosmetics. I think, in my opinion, that's fine monetization practices. I'm probably not going to buy them. You do you. And, yep, that's it. So, with all of that, next thing I wanted to do, and I have been creating a little bit of a list right here for things that I wanted to test in a sandbox here. We'll we'll go back to the main menu, quit without saving here. We're going to throw up a new sandbox game and start testing a few things here that I'm kind of curious about here. Number one is the Printerceptor. Is that what it's called? That's what I have written there. That feels wrong, but I don't know. We'll find out here. And then a few other random things that I was curious about. Specifically, like jet suits are kind of the big thing there. I want to set up like a little bit of a sandbox, let duplicates play around with that, see how they feel. I don't really have a good point of comparison there because I haven't used jet suits. Again, our Redneck would probably be the one to have a better impression about how they work here, but we can play around with them, see how they work. Printerceptor. Oh, okay, yeah. I guess I was missing that while I was speaking there because it consumes printer charges to give the print output you want there. Printerceptor. I think like scepter. Oh, okay. So it consumes printer charges. Okay. That's interesting there. But yeah, we'll try this out. We'll see how it works here. And then the other two things that I have there, printer interceptor. I think where my mind was going was like printer inception or something like that, but print interceptor. There we go. Yeah. Okay. And then, yeah, the other things I wanted to test, little small things that not that big of a deal here, but I'm kind of curious about the insulated door, how fast they open versus the manual airlock, and then the biodiesel, like the engine range. Does this compare to the how does it compare to the hydrogen rocket? Is this going to be a reasonable replacement? I don't know. We'll see. So for this, we are going to. Oh yeah, first thing I need to do is I need to turn on dev mode. I don't think I typed that in correctly. There we go. Okay. And yeah, I don't know if like you know it, but down here for the build number, if you have a D at the end, that implies that the dev mode is on. So then I'm also going to turn off the test list for now. So then we will go new game. It's really not going to matter. We're going to do survival. Spaced out just for now. Story traits. We do want the Printerceptor here. Reboot an unsanctioned biogenic facility. Once activated, duplicates can use it to siphon energy from the printing pod to power on-demand printing of something. Smells a bit like an old ranch. And then we'll go into game settings. Sandbox mode is on. And then, really for the most part, I don't care about any of these settings here. Definitely see it useful when you pick as 3 dupes you don't need and a meal with seed. Yeah, that you can. That's not really useful here. Do I want to scramble in? You know, we'll do this here. Because why not? Asteroid Remix. So wait a minute. Oh, I see, okay. We'll say these are all guaranteed. I don't know why. I mean, we're not gonna play around with it a whole lot. Okay, so, yeah, this is to be a little sandbox we're playing around with. We're not going to be doing anything super interesting here. And I'm probably going to need to reference something for like the various sandbox commands. I can't remember some of them here. Or more specifically, like the dev mode commands here. And dupes, we don't really care about. We're just going to name this colony Quality of Sandbox. Alright, we're in here, so first thing... Let's see, so... Sandbox... Right, okay, so the first thing... Reveal, I suppose... We can just do this. 50... And, yeah, we're just revealing the entire map here. Let's see. So we've got a Somnium synthesizer up there. Have biobots there. There it is. There is the Printerceptor. My duplicates have uncovered a fascinating machine. Its construction suggests that it was designed as an energy field disruptor, retrofitted with printing capabilities. It is locked behind a 13-digit passcode. One failed attempt can permanently disable the entire building. I can only hope the code is buried somewhere on this world. Okay, so this requires activation. And we will, how do we do this here? Can we just activate that? No, not yet. We need to have a dupe here. I forget. Can I... spawner. I think maybe that's what we need. Spawner, meat. There we go. Standard duplicate. We will drop you right here. Abe, please activate that. Also, anything, various other things we have around here. Just stuff that you can inspect, it looks like. Nothing super interesting. Not like, say for instance, around the biobot, there's something you can inspect to get some, or you can open up to get some spore kid seeds out of them. Doesn't look like we have anything like that around here. Inspect, they added some new lore as well. I'll look at that a little later. You know, on my own playthrough here eventually here. Won't spoil the lore for myself here, but I'm more interested in like the new mechanics and the kind of stuff that you can be doing with things here. Alright, so access code required. I might need to be inspecting some things, actually, because I presume when we talk about access code, it's probably in some of these... There's a toilet here, unclogged. This might be it, actually, up here. I'm actually going to be guessing this is it here. Mirror, enamel sink. Yep, toilet. Yeah, and specifically it's saying, yeah, unclog here. Private toilet for senior scientists. Yeah, I'm sure it has... I'm reasonably certain now that looking at the information here, it's got to be in the toilet here. So, yeah, let's say spawn another duplicate right here. And then say unclog you. There it is, yep. My duplicates have recovered the access code to unlock the Printerceptor. The data storage medium was damaged during retrieval, but it has already served its purpose. The Printerceptor's target printing technology is now at my colony's fingertips. There it goes. Okay. So, that's... Oh, yeah, I completely missed... I wanted to see that, read that again here, that when you say missing strings, so it says here, missing strings, buildings, prefabs, gravitas... Oh, okay, so that's probably, to be implemented. They'll, that will say something different on release. Anyway, the Printerceptor here, so that's how you activate the Printerceptor. Good to know. So 3 stored charges, 0 stored data banks here. Let's spawn some data banks. I'm just going to throw down a lot here because looks like it needed 50 or something. 0 stored. Gonna start delivering that. Is there let's make a lot of these and see just how many data banks you can store in this thing. Maybe... There we go. They're only picking up one at a time. Maybe we're at 209. Maybe... I don't know. Let's keep going here. I'm really curious here. And it looks like we're going to need to get a... get some printer cycles going here to... Yeah, I know. We're going to have some dead dupes here. Don't worry. But yeah, we're going to need some printer cycles to go through to charge this thing up, it seems. Based on the interface, it looks like, my guess is what's happening here is that rather than select one print, you can instead, say, redirect the energy into the Printerceptor here, and it will charge this up, one of these store charges here. And then, at that point, once you get 3 stored charges and enough stored data banks, then it should be able to intercept a charge somehow or another. And, good lord, yeah, we have 546 data banks here. Yeah, I don't know. Let's let this run. Dipkins have died. Yeah, sorry about that. What was the... I want to say Control F4? Gotta be careful with building and suck up other data banks to leave them for research. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, no empty data. Yeah, so that's a good point there. And yeah, I don't want to try and figure out what the maximum of this here is. But yeah, it looks like I'm not getting what I'm trying to do is change this from ×3 speed to ×10. Auto plumber. What does this do here? Activate. I can't remember, but doesn't seem to be doing anything there. Anyway, I need to pull up my reference here. Debug sandbox mode. I say in my reference here, it is actually a CG Fungus video. Because what he does here...
Hi everyone, and welcome to this tutorial by Fox.
There we go, yeah. Oh, Control F4 was debug instant build mode, okay. What I'm looking for is Alt-Z. There we go. There we go, now we're sped up here. But yeah, what he does on his video here, he's got this nice little list of debug commands here, which is really handy, and every time I enter sandbox mode, this is something that I'm thinking I need to reference there. Maybe I should be writing that reference down on my own at some point here. But yeah, so yeah, I know. Yeah, we're making you guys a little miserable here. Sorry about that. Okay, 1.3 cycles until we get another print. 0.2. So we just wait for this and see what happens here. Yeah, I know we're about to have another dupe death here. As we're waiting for this, I could also start kind of clearing out an area to do some additional testing here. So, destroy. Let's bump this down to 10 for now. Yeah, so this will be a nice little area to do some additional testing here a little later on. But in the meantime, we are waiting on... Where are you? 0.3 cycles. 0.2 cycles. And... yeah, sorry about that. New printable. Okay, so... I can intercept a charge right here. But, you know, I could choose blueprint right here and say, like, none of these look interesting here, whatever. And we can say intercept this charge. And now it has one, yeah, okay. Okay, so basically we just do this 2 more times, presumably, and we'll get, choose a blueprint over here that we can make use of. So yeah, we'll keep waiting on this for a little bit here, and in the meantime, I do want to set up a few things for additional things we want to be testing here, so... Yeah, we got the Printerceptor, we've tested this here. I want to test jet suits, I want to test something really, really quick and easy here. I'm going to set this, actually, no, not going to bother with that. I do want to say... Oops, not that. So what I'm going to be doing here... Oh, we got a wicker door here. But I want to be testing a manual airlock versus an automated door, or a insulated door. And also against mechanized airlock. And because we got the wicker door, and this is something that I was kind of curious about also, I was thinking the wicker door is very similar to a pneumatic door. So we'll see that here. Duplicates have died? Yeah, I don't care. We're going to pause here, and we're going to set this to normal speed to test this. What I'm curious about... Standard duplicate. One here, one here, one here, one here. And I want to verify that these are all going to have the same athletics. Yep, okay. So what I want to see here is the door opening speed compared specifically to a manual airlock, but also the mechanized airlock. Because my understanding of the mechanized airlock, or like compared to the manual airlock, is if the mechanized airlock is unpowered, then it opens a little more slowly than the manual airlock. And I want to compare both of these speeds to the insulated door to see how fast the insulated door opens. And then I have a wicker door down here because I'm kind of curious how that compares to a pneumatic door. And I suppose for that purpose, I should also throw one of those. Although, realistically, probably going to be about instant as well. And your athletics is also 0. Okay. So to do this, to test this out, we're going to say manual move to the end of these tiles over here. Insulated door is not a powered airlock. Yeah. And it also doesn't have any automation on it either. Only the mechanized airlock has automation. And okay, so the pneumatic door here as well. And interestingly, the wicker door doesn't have automation as well. But yeah, the only one that is powered is the mechanized airlock. Yeah, so bit of a bummer, but I mean, it still could be useful in the right situations, I think. Alright, so let's let them run and see what happens here. Alright, so first thing we can see here is the wicker door and the pneumatic door open pretty much the exact same speed. So the wicker door basically looks like it's just a pneumatic door that's made out of wood. So you can't use them to separate two things. Yeah, that too. Like, once you open them, like right now, the, it does block gas initially, but once it opens, then the gas goes through. And yeah, might as well use a vacuum to form a mechanized airlock. May well be, yeah. Anyway, so let these open here. And yeah, so it looks like the manual airlock opened a little bit faster than the mechanized airlock. Let me verify this. Gonna do a really quick pause or unpause and pause. Yeah, okay, so manual airlock is opened. Mechanized airlock, there it is. Okay, so it just opened there. Travaldo got about 2 tiles worth of movement ahead of Max. So there's an appreciable difference there. But meanwhile, the insulated door is opening quite a bit slower than everything else here. Like, look at that. He enters it once Travaldo has already moved 6 tiles and Max has already moved 4 tiles. That is amazingly surprising to me. I mean, it did feel like the insulated doors were opening slow. I just wasn't expecting it to be that slow. That's kind of amazing. In a bad way, I think. I don't know. I feel like it should be opening faster than that because this feels like it's really going to limit the usefulness of the insulated door. And yeah, as you say there, it may just be more worthwhile to make a liquid lock with a vacuum in between. Yeah, I don't know. This just doesn't feel like it's going to be that useful ultimately. Yeah, triple mech airlock, except when the space is very tight. That too, yeah. Alright, anyway, let's keep going on with the Printerceptor over here, and, I guess, yeah, other thing we can be doing here... Yeah, I know we're getting some deaths here. This is, a little bit of a bummer, but, whatever. Okay, so rocket platform, we'll throw down one of these, we will... You have auto rocket? Oh, that's interesting. I didn't even realize that's a thing you can do. Anyway, biodiesel engine. We will throw a spacefarer module on top of that, assuming like it's making kind of a standard rocket here. We'll add in liquid fuel tanks, oxidizer tank. Basic, well, let's kind of make this as, assuming this is going to be kind of a standard rocket, so, I don't know, 2 solar panels there, and then we will add, finally, a nose cone. Okay, so this is going to be a basic rocket here. And for this, we are going to need to add in additional liquid here. So we will do... Dev pumps for these insulated liquid pipes. Oh crap! Nope! I set the wrong thing there. Oh god. Okay. Well. Whoops. Boom. Boom. Okay, let's set this to the right thing here. Put oxygen for this. Biodiesel for this. And biodiesel for this. Alright, now we're just going to fill up these tanks here. So, if we fill this up to full capacity here, then the range for... Hold on. We're probably about due for another blueprint here shortly. Yeah, let's grab this here. Yep, and now we'll intercept that charge. So this here is going to be, we'll say, kind of just like the standard biodiesel rocket, which should be enough for, like, you might be able to fit 2 extra liquid tanks on here for the liquid oxidizer tank. I think that might give you a little extra range, but assuming, 2 cargo tanks, that's going to be, I think, reasonably fine for a rocket here. If we select the destination here, it appears a maximum range of 25 hexes, given what we know right here. And I think that compares... My recollection to Hydrogen Rocket was... For the same setup here, that's 32 hexes. So this is still a tier... The biodiesel rocket is still a tier below hydrogen rockets. And I think, yeah, especially if the biodiesel engines are going to absolutely require a liquid oxidizer tank as opposed to a solid oxidizer, um, it really does feel to me like you might as well just use a hydrogen engine instead, because if you're making liquid oxygen, it's not that much harder to make liquid hydrogen. You're right there. You got all the materials. You got everything you need. You just need to put together the setup to actually make the liquid hydrogen. It's going to be a little bit slow to make it, sure, but um, you can do that. And yeah, no, we're making a lot of polluted water here. I think, yeah, we can say that testing here, we're done with this here. We can just get rid of you. And we're going to get the colony lost notification here shortly. I don't care. We're going to keep playing here. Because the last thing I want to test here... Well, I mean, we do want to get the Printerceptor going here. But I think what we can start doing here as well... first of all, fill... vacuum... Oh. Destroy all the polluted water first, because that's otherwise going to be off-gassing into polluted oxygen. Okay. And then fill, vacuum, 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 vacuum. This is going to be messy here. This is the point where I'd be tempted to just destroy the entire map here. Use cases so narrow you have to be deliberately hampering yourself. Yeah, I agree. Yeah. I think maybe what they should do is say that you can you can instead use solid oxidizers. I mean, that seems reasonable to me. Like, if it's going to be the only engine that requires liquid oxidizers, then like that's just strange. I feel like you'd say that for the hydrogen engine, but not the biodiesel. Or maybe they could make the update to the hydrogen engine as well. I don't know. I don't know. It just feels like, yeah, ultimately, it just doesn't make a whole lot of sense. You know what? It's probably going to be a lot faster doing this. Actually destroying a lot of the gases here as opposed to trying to... There we go. Yeah, now it's mostly that. Ooh, whoops. We got some... What's off-gassing down there? Whatever it is, you're gone. Never mind, you're not gone. Alright, there we go. Nice vacuum room here, finally. Fact, the liquid oxidizer tank is, together with the hydrogen rocket, the most expensive research in our game. Yeah. Okay. So, oh, did we should be getting a new printable here. Yeah, okay, so, oh, are you... No, you're saying, yeah, you're new... Okay, you know what? Okay, so that's the colony loss here. I think I do actually need to have the duplicates available, so we're going to go back a few cycles here. Where there are dupes still alive, because otherwise the printing pod is not going to be giving me anything. Okay, so we've tested this here. We do still have dupes here. You guys are dead up there. Sandbox. Spawner. Throw down another duplicate right there for now. Yeah, we do need to, continue destroying things here. Okay, I probably should, open up this room a little more and, give her some oxygen to be working with here. Yeah. Apart from the fact that this might still be around to kill the new one. Yeah, exactly. So, oxygen, gas. Yeah, there we go. Also, you know what? Little bit of a pit for the carbon dioxide to fall into. Ah! Well, you know what? Ooh. Okay, I don't know how that happened. Okay, when we spawn in the new dupe, maybe we'll give them a worthwhile environment here. So over here, sandbox mode again. Destroy. Give us a little bit of a space to work with here. Okay. So, fill oxygen, gas, fill that up. And a little bit of a pit for carbon dioxide to fall into. Also replace that to carbon dioxide there. Yeah. Okay. Suppose I also should build a tile right there to be able to get food over here. Spawner, standard duplicant. Yeah, you should be fine here. Dig you out. And we'll also spawn in, food. Oops, I dropped another duplicate down there. Oh well. There you go. A lot of food here for you. Alright, and in the meantime down here, we'll start destroying this whole setup again. Once again, try and, in this case, I'm going to be trying to set up a little bit of a rocket room down here. And for this, gas... various gases that we got here. Just try and, I guess... Well, you know, I don't think we really need to destroy everything else here. We can now just start filling this with vacuum. Just to clear out as much of the space as we can here. And now we're really oddly mixed here again, so... Go back into destroy. try again. Oh, we're close here. We're close. We're seeing some vacuum here. It's just we're getting a lot of gases mixing. And mixing in these really awkward ways. I think we might be getting to the point where they're about ready to start self-vacuuming here. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, uh-oh, oh god. Did not want to unleash more polluted water. Yeah. Oh well. Okay, that's good enough here. Presumably. Ugh. Alright, well, I'm gonna say, ad break is actually coming in here. I'm just gonna keep playing through this here. I'm gonna be continuing to try and set up everything here. I know the printer charge will be coming through here shortly. I'm not gonna activate the printer part while the ads coming into play here, but I do want to try and set everything up here, so we're just gonna let ad break run here. You're not gonna be missing anything other than me trying to destroy gases here. I'm sorry. Alright, so, anyway. Destroy, destroy, destroy. Made a mess. Yeah, I'm sorry about that. Okay. Okay, I think we might be into the point where this is now kind of self-vacuuming out. And we can start filling a lot of this with vacuum. There we go, there we go. Okay. So then, next thing that we're going to try and do here, I'm going to pause for a second here because I want to... 1.2 cycles. Okay, so we're getting close to this printing here. But in the meantime, I can also begin setting up a, I don't know, I guess a test space for... Oops. For duplicates to be jetting around in, let's say. This is really awkward here, but yeah, whatever. Fine. So what we're going to be doing here, we are going to be doing a... Screw it, a door here, whatever. Stations... For this, we need a jet suit checkpoint. Going that way. What was this for? Is this... I don't know what achievement that was for, ever. It don't matter. Jet suit dock, there. I know these will need petroleum. Let's spawn a, oops, suit, a few jet suits. Place here. We're gonna need power, I know. Also, I'm realizing we're not that testless. We're done with the. This is the last thing we're testing here, really. Anyway, so we will need a dev generator, inductive wire going in here, and do we have 0.7 cycles? Okay. And we will need ventilation. We will need oxygen in a dev gas pump here. Oxygen looks good. There we go. And then they also need petroleum, I believe. Yeah. Yeah, it's got to be petroleum. So pump. Set this to petroleum. And then pipe this in here like that. Oh, nope, 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 nope. We got a little bit of no-go there. There we go. Okay, we're good to go. Okay, ad break, welcome back here. All I've been doing here is just setting up a little bit of a test environment here for Atmos suits. I suppose what I should do... Actually, let's not, No, I think we will actually keep this a, I was thinking I might want to try and keep a oxygenated atmosphere out here, but I don't really care here. Deliver suit here. So we'll let these fill up with stuff. And then I'm going to spawn in a duplicate over here. Have them run to here, and basically just, I guess, can do some random construction work and see kind of like general pathing, how it feels to have them move around, that kind of stuff there. I don't really have an idea of what to compare this to. You know, this is going to be like, it's really just going to be trying things out here, essentially. But in the meantime, yeah, while this is still filling, we still need to get this printing pod to do one last thing here for the Printerceptor, and we can take a look and see what we can get out of this. And it feels like, yeah, I think I had the 10x speed disabled, so there we go. Alright, there we go. Last printable, intercept that. And now the thing, we can choose a blueprint from this, and so let's see what this looks like here. We now have, yeah, we have databanks available, 546, and from the beginning here we can see a lot of eggs that we can pick from. A lot of cool things that we can be picking from here. We see seeds, Sweetle eggs, wart seeds, Saturn, critter trap seeds, orchid seeds. A lot of good stuff here, and this is, yeah, wart seeds look very interesting here because you're generally limited to the amount of wart seeds that we can get on the map, and so having an additional option for that looks great. And also, you know, like the idea of seeds from various animals that you can pick what you want. So orchid seeds are also limited by maps there. You can get gas grass without going to space, also useful there. Hydrocactus seeds, I don't know. Picking up buried actus. I haven't seen this hydrocactus. I don't know what this is yet, so I'll keep that in mind there. I'm taking it to assume that this is very useful or otherwise very limited. And then yeah, otherwise a bunch of other seeds down here. So it appears to be critter eggs and seeds that you can be printing here at the cost of 25 databanks. That's still useful there. I guess I was expecting there to be more to this, we'll say, like more oxyferns, more wars, also good. Yeah, it was oxyferns. Was this listed here? I would assume it is. Yeah, there is an oxyfern. If critters are not needed. So yeah, I guess I was just expecting there to be more options like materials, like, I don't know, plastic, steel, that kind of stuff available. But I mean, you know, still, like, if the printable options that you got don't look good, then I do like the idea that you can just shove it into shove that charge into the Printerceptor, and eventually get something that looks a little more useful, like, you know, eggs or seeds. But I like that, you know. Things good, bearing in mind a lot of things can be printed in past and 500. So that's true. That's true. I mean, like, I guess the other thing about this is that the story traits, by and large, seem to be meant for or like, you know, meant to be like a bonus and not necessarily like super game-breakingly impactful here. So I think maybe what I was imagining here was closer to the game-breakingly impactful side of things and less on the bonus side here. So maybe limiting it to critter eggs and seeds keeps it scoped more appropriately here. Yeah, like it's I think going to be hard to be mad because especially if you get to print rules that just don't look useful here, then it seems like it's still just going to be more worthwhile to throw it into the Printerceptor here, get something else out of it, and yeah, I think it seems like just based on what I'm seeing here, it still seems worthwhile, just maybe not quite as good as I was imagining it to be. So yeah, let's print a Hydrocactus seed here. Story trait complete, Printerceptor. Alright, so there you go. Contain 0, you can now competently reroute the printer pod. Small personal item. Critters and seeds best suited to colony's purpose. Okay. Yeah, I like it. I think it's worthwhile here. Anyway, so last thing we're checking here is, or testing out here is jet suits. So we will go ahead and spawn a standard duplicate here. Time to plant the Hydrocactus. I'm actually kind of curious here. Let's take a look at this in the database here. It does not have anything there. I'll take a look on the wiki here. I am seeing a search result for unreleased content. So the Hydrocactus does look new. I'm actually curious now. We will... Yeah, it doesn't have any... Hydrocactus seed. Planter box, put a Hydrocactus right here. I want to see what this can be doing here. So let's see. Hydrocactus needs oxygen, fertilization sand, acts as a natural water filter when given access to sand. Okay. That's cool. I like this. Irrigation, polluted water, fertilization sand, and gives off oxygen as well. That's cool. I like this here. Alright, but anyway, yeah, over here. To be setting up these jet suits. And I guess these also need, There we go, you can breathe again. Yeah, these need to time to charge up here. Okay, pause that for a second. So some random things that we're going to build here. Let's say a rocket... I'm going to say a rocket platform here, a rocket platform here. Oops, hold on. I realized that, yeah, automated movement here. Okay, I think, yeah, I'm about at stream end time anyway, so I think what I'm going to do here is I'm going to say just some random... Let's move in here. Throw yourself in a jet suit. And you'll automatically fly that way. Try flying up that way. I like it. I mean, this feels pretty good here. I don't have any good point of comparison for how this works here, but I don't know. That seemed to feel pretty good. I don't know. I like that. So yeah, I think just based on that little quick test there, jet suits do feel like they're going to be more useful here, or at least they look useful here. I've never used them before. Maybe compared to 20 athletics do. I like that idea. I don't know how to spawn one of these in the sandbox mode, and I think that I don't know if it's even possible. But yeah, that could be something to try eventually here. But I don't know. Duplicate the jet suits here look pretty good here. I think what I would be interested here is um, if Redneck, because he's played around with jet suits a lot. If he were to try and put something together in a sandbox, try them out, and give his opinion on them, because he's the one who has the expertise. He's got the experience with them, and I would be really interested to see what his thoughts are on improved jet suits here. But at least just based on this little try here, I don't know. I think it looks pretty reasonable here, and I think jet suits may well be viable going forward here. Tell you from what I saw on the stream, it's absolutely a lot faster. I mean, yeah, it did feel like, and I was playing on 1x speed here. Catalina did seem to be going pretty fast there with her 0 athletics. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, anyway, so that is going to be it for me tonight. I had fun playing around with everything in here and taking a look at all the new toys we're going to be playing around with. The thing, though, is going forward, I'm not sure that it's going to be worthwhile to keep playing my current save on the Aceris playthrough here, because I want to be playing around with all these new toys on Aceris here, and maybe starting with the Printerceptor as well, because, I mean, this seems like it's useful. I like it. I want to have this here. So I think I'm probably going to be starting a new playthrough once the quality of life update gets fully released here. My original thought coming into this was maybe I'd stay on the beta branch here and play just start a new playthrough with this, but then we ran into enough bugs here that it just sort of feels like it's probably not worthwhile, and I probably should just wait for the stable release. So, yeah, I don't know what I'm going to be doing in streams going forward to here until this releases here. I might be going back to Don't Starve for a little while. I might be trying something else. Might, go back into, I mentioned I've played chess before. I could start streaming some chess for a little while. Might try and play some other game. I don't know. I think that's what I'm going to do. Find some other game to play for a little while, and wait for this to release here. But, yeah, I think, yeah, I do like the look of this update here. I want to play with it. I definitely want the Printerceptor in my playthrough here, but yeah, once that releases, yeah, I'm gonna be starting over on the Ceres run, the Frosty Planet run, to actually play around with this here. People stop playing the game. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I know it's a bummer here, but it does seem like, yeah, the new game stuff here, the new game content is, I think, substantial enough that I do want to wait for that. And I think the thing here is, if I was further along in my run, like, I don't know, Cycle 500 or something like that, I think it'd be more like, I've invested in this run enough that I'm just going to see this through. It's, I put enough into this that I want to see this through. But, with, like, just shy of 80 cycles in my current run, it feels like, yeah, I'd want to wait. I want to wait. Seems like they have a lot of things to iron out. Prehistoric Planet, it took 2 months for the open beta test to release. I mean, so the thing is, this is definitely smaller than the Prehistoric Planet pack. 2 months feels like it. I don't think they need to do that. They did say in that initial announcement that they're probably going to be taking about 3 weeks or thereabouts, and that seems realistic to me. So, yeah, I'm just going to be assuming that I'm going to be waiting that 3 weeks until I play this again. Yeah, I don't know. November quality of life. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, also a good point there. They sound like they're very intent on releasing this in November here. So, they've got 29 more days here. I think they can manage this. Anyway, I'm taking a look to see if there's anyone right here. It does look like Julie's playing. I think, yeah, earlier, I think she was taking a look at some of the beta stuff as well. Yeah. Yeah, I'll send you to Julie. Yeah. And yeah, Nanashi, I don't blame you. Yeah, it's perfectly fine here. Yeah, I completely understand here, because, yeah, it just seems like the way that, this sudden surprise patch here, in a way, I kind of wish it was released later so that I could spend some more time on my playthrough here. But yeah, it just seems like the timing was just a bit off here. Maybe I should have played a little more on my first Spaced Out run and then gotten into series. But yeah, I completely understand. Yeah. Go watch other streamers there. I'm fine with that. I don't mind that. But yeah, I'll find something else to play in the meantime. Because yeah, I want to keep playing here. But yeah, thanks for joining me. We're gonna send you over to Julie. Same category. Are you? Yep. And yeah, understand. Yeah. See you. I guess like in a few weeks, Nanashi. And if you're streaming, I'll come by and say hi to you as well, as always here. But that's it. Yeah. Until then, yeah. Oxygen not included. Gonna be off, taking some time off for a little while, I think. That's it. Yeah. Yeah. Thanks for joining me. See you next time, whenever next time is. Have a good day.